State Attorney's Office.
Letitia George on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender. I'm entitled to a bond.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
first degree.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Ashmead.
Marquise Wilson.
Oh, no, it's saying Ashmead, no PC. Oh. Baby.
Can you tell me your name?
Marquise Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're here charged with manslaughter with a weapon, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of a firearm by a minor. Ms. George, I believe your office already represents Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Your Honor.
It looks like he was ordered over here,
From juvie?
right.
Yes, Your Honor. I would just ask that you set a bond in this case, Your Honor. He's entitled to a bond.
On the manslaughter charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
First degree felony. Or is it second? Yeah, it's first degree.
All right. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
No, Your Honor.
And I just ask that you consider his, I don't, limited criminal history.
Oh, that's right. I reviewed this one before court. I can't read the affidavit. Were you able to read the affidavit?
I did not try, Your Honor, but if you give me a
was.
moment.
You can read it. I can't read it. The way that it appears, it's illegible for me.
Can we approach on this one, Your Honor?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just couldn't read it. I tried. But I need to do that before I can set bond.
Ms. Davis, if possible, could you print 2 copies, please? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good God.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Wilson, your bond on count 1 will be $1 million. Your bond on count 2 will be $5,000. Your bond on count 3 will be $5,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Stay in touch with your attorney, Mr. Wilson.
Alan McCullen.
Sir, you're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer?
Withhold of adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Wawa.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we approach really quick? on this
Yes.
case? I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. McCollum, what we're going to do is we're going to reset your case for tomorrow. You have a bond. So if you want to post your bond, you can. Your bond is $250 and you can't return to the Wawa.
Ma'am, I don't want to do that, ma'am.
I understand, but I have some concerns. And so,
I know you approached the bench with my public defender, but if I don't need her to represent me, if she gonna be trying to keep me in here, miss.
she's not, and she doesn't represent you, actually. I have not appointed the public defender's office, and I'll tell you why. If I appoint the public defender's office, you have to pay the $50 fee. So currently, she does not represent you. I can appoint the public defender's office if you'd like me to.
What is that?
What is what?
Public defender's office, what are you talking about?
If I appoint an attorney to represent you, you have to pay a $50 fee. So I've not done that yet, because if you're interested in accepting the state's offer, that will be another $50 that you'll have to pay.
What is the state offering?
A withhold of adjudication, credit for any time served, and no return to the Wawa.
That means we go free today, correct?
I apologize, I didn't understand you, sir.
That means we go free today, correct, if I accept that?
Unless something else was holding you, that would be correct.
Okay, and I like the state's offer.
I understand, sir, but I have concerns as the court. Since you came into the courtroom today, your behavior is a little bit concerning. It appears you're having trouble
No, ma'am.
understanding.
I have perfect understanding. I just understood everything that the court just said. The problem is I've just had lack of sleep and I was off of drugs. So, you know, the drugs are still in my system, but I can very much comprehend.
Okay, well, I appreciate you being honest with me, but the fact that you just told me that is it's a reason I cannot accept a plea from you. If you're still
wanna
under the
be-
influence of any alcohol or drugs, I'm not allowed to accept a plea from you. But listen to what I'm telling you. You have a bond. I'm not holding you at no bond.
I don't have no money, ma'am. I'm homeless.
I understand.
So it's just gonna be me sitting in here going through these phases that I'm going through in front of all these people who are just judging me, and I don't like it.
I don't know who's judging you, sir. No one in this room is
I'm
judging
being
you.
judged, ma'am. And
I mean, I am a judge, but that's not what I'm judging today. My concern is, sir, especially since you told me that, I can't legally accept a plea. So you have two options at this point. I can ask them to bring you back tomorrow, so you can enter a plea tomorrow if you wish, or I can just tell you your bond and tell them not to bring you back tomorrow, and you'll sit until you can bond out. So do you want me to have them bring you back tomorrow?
See, he's going to
Yep,
sleep now.
yep, we're doing that. All right. Mr. McCollum, I'm gonna have them bring you back tomorrow unless you bond out today. Your bond is $250. You cannot return to the Wawa. You understand? Okay, good luck, sir. And just so the record is clear, Mr. McCollum almost lost consciousness several times while standing at the podium.
Tavon Antonio Ashmead.
Sir, you're here charged with attempted burglary of a dwelling and criminal mischief. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you.
And Your Honor, I would argue no PC as to the charges. Based on the arrest affidavit, it's literally a small statement reciting the definition of the offenses. So I would argue there is no PC.
I had the same concerns. Does the state have any more information?
The state does not at this time, Your Honor. State would ask for the additional 24 hours to get the affidavit that actually has some allegations in it.
All right, I'll give you 24 hours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I am, however, going to still set bond, and I'll take no action on the out on bond until tomorrow. But sir, your bond will be $5,000 on count 1 and $150 on count 2. No return to the scene, no contact with any victim or witness in the case.
Would you repeat that for me, ma'am?
Which part?
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. So you said you were gonna take no action on the out on bond until tomorrow, so
Right.
depending on the facts?
Right, because if there's no probable cause found, I'm not revoking his bond. But if tomorrow the judge finds probable cause, he can revoke that bond,
Okay.
if he's still here.
Just reset.
Just reset for tomorrow, but leave the bond as is. No action until tomorrow. Yeah.
Just, Miss Ann, 'cause I gotta leave it open. Because basically she's not taking, just say reset for tomorrow.
U.S. Navy SEAL Dylan Swan Summers.
Give me one moment. You're here charged with burglary of a conveyance and battery.
Two separate or one charge?
That's 2 separate charges in this case. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm still not okay with being here. I was innocent, but
I understand.
is there any way that we could work things out so I could get back
There's
to my
not.
mission?
So what's happening now is you are arrested based on probable cause. I'm the judge who reviewed the probable cause affidavit. After reviewing it, there is probable cause for your arrest. I'm not telling you you're guilty or even that the state will file the charges. But as of now, there is probable cause to believe you committed these crimes as charged. So what I will do is set your bond. I'll stay it at $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in the case. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition.
Okay.
And Rebecca, is the other case isn't here. I
It
don't
is,
see
Your
it.
Honor. It's 21. It's 21 CF 14235.
But it's not in Odyssey.
Oh,
No, that, it shows as it was endorsed by the bondsman,
Okay,
but it's the same case as the out on bond case.
Hmm?
Okay,
I see what you're saying.
yeah. So we're just
Okay.
addressing the out on bond.
He was out on bond. All right,
Will I
sir,
be able
I
to
am,
get back out on bond again?
I'm sorry?
Will I be able to get back out on bond again?
Not on that case. At this time, I'm going to revoke that bond. But sir, you don't qualify for appointment of the public defender. So at this time, I can't appoint them to represent you. If you wish to be represented by an attorney, you're going to have to hire one yourself. And if I were you, I would start looking right away.
Okay, so what just happened?
So what happened is the case for which you're out on bond,
Yes?
I revoked that bond. You'll be held at no bond.
So I can't get out.
Correct.
He has the, looks like Smith Darrell for his attorney on that case.
All right, so call that attorney and tell him what happened today.
Okay. And will I be able to get out at all on the 28th?
Not,
If it gets resolved,
if, once that case is resolved, yes.
then I can get out on bond.
Yes. You have bond in the new case.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
Javante Thomas.
You're here charged with resisting without violence and trespass to a property other than a structure. Was there an offer?
it's an adjudication of guilt, credit for any time served. That's for both cases, and with regard to the trespass, there's no return to the Tri-City Shopping Center.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have a moment, because he was just brought up.
Yes. Do we know who they're here for? Okay. Okay. There's only people there, so I was thinking, get them out. I'm trying to help.
And then, Your Honor, as to his out on bond, 2022 CF 4409 AO, I would ask that you take no action. He was arrested April 19th of this year, and to date, no information has been filed.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea today? Is this your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about these rights? At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass and resisting an officer without violence?
Yes.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the
2 days.
2 days you've been in custody. Order that you're not allowed to return to 13501 West Colonial Drive. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year from the date of release, and I'll take no action on your out on bond case. Good luck. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Michael Flowers.
You're here charged with retail theft. Hold on. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond is $5,000. You can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You cannot return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand?
5,000 on the retail theft?
Yes.
Okay, was that a bond that was already set on this?
I don't know if there was a bond already set. I'm setting the bond at 5,000.
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
Mondo Torres.
Sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your sex offender reporting requirements. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $15,000. With special conditions, you must comply with all of your reporting requirements. Good luck, sir.
That means I'm not leaving today?
If you can post the bond, you can.
But it's only a failure to update ID.
Stop talking about it.
I understand. Your attorney can file a motion in front of your trial judge.
Emanuel Agosto Pizarro.
Sir, you're here to be arraigned on a charge of driving while license suspended with knowledge. Is there an offer?
If this is Mr. Emmanuel Augusto, yes, it's an adjudication and credit time served.
So do you want to resolve it? Okay. I already spoke to him the other day, Your Honor. It's just that he couldn't post the bond, so he would like to accept the state's offer.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. Augusto would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest, Your Honor. And I believe we were appointed last time.
All right, sir. You understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights? Sir, did you sign this form?
Yes. That's the one.
All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of driving while license suspended, canceled, or revoked with knowledge?
No contents.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for, I don't know how many days. 3? The 3 days you spent in custody, I'll order that you pay court costs, and I'll give you a year to pay those.
Do you need fingerprints, Madam Clerk? Yes.
Yes, you will be fingerprinted. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Okay.
Marcus Atkins.
This is your case, Ms. George.
Yes, Your Honor. You say this is the offer. What was the offer?
Adjudication, credit time served.
And Your Honor, he would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest. I just ran out of points.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we did go over the driving while license suspended and the fact that it can H2O him and be enhanced.
Sir, you understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
No, ma'am.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of driving while license suspended or revoked with knowledge?
No content.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 8 days you've been in custody. I'll order that you pay court costs and give you a year to pay those. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
He's on.
Michael Hanna, bonded. Vegas, Kevin, bonded. Segura Lewis, medical.
That's your case, Ms. George.
I will waive and enter a plea of not guilty. Yeah.
Pretrial will be in Division 50, August 12th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 4E.
That is Terrell.
You're here charged with petty theft with a prior conviction. Ms. George, this is also your case.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
Pretrial will be in Division 62, August 8th at 8:30 in courtroom 12C.
Russell Barney.
Sir, you're here charged with resisting an officer without violence and possession of an open container of alcohol.
Your Honor, the offer from the state was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and Mr. Barney would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Yes.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, you understand the rights you're giving up by entering this plea today?
You here? Did he get the?
My hearing's bad.
I'm going to get you the hearing device.
Sir, do you understand the rights you're giving up by entering this plea today?
Yes, I'm entering the plea on my own will.
But you understand the rights you're giving up?
Yes, I do understand.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any questions for me about these rights?
Do I have what?
Any questions for me about the rights you're giving up?
No.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charges of resisting an officer without violence and open container of an alcoholic beverage?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you spent in custody. I'll order that you pay court costs, and I'll give you a year to pay those. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Go, I can go.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And,
Cynthia Butler, mental health.
And, Your Honor, in case number 2022 MM487180, I would ask that you appoint us. We have been previously appointed, and just set a bond in this case.
Are you waiving her appearance?
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint you. Her bond is $250, no return.
What was the reason?
Mental health.
My name is Tanmay Patel. First name Tanmay, last name Patel.
You're here charged with trespass on property after warning.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an offer?
It's a withhold and credit time served.
And Your
No
Honor,
return.
if you, based on the arrest affidavit, he has no criminal history. I would ask that we be appointed, and I would request an ROR so we can try to assist him with services, as long as he contacts us once a week and registers with e-Notify.
Does the state object?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'll release you on your own recognizance. However, sir, you can't return to this area, and you have to stay in touch with your attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good luck.
Simeone Pierre.
You're here charged with trespass in a structure or conveyance.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to 13300 Colony Square Drive. And Mr. Pierre would like to accept an interplea of no contest.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You understand the rights you're giving up by entering this plea today?
Yes.
You have any questions for me about these rights?
No.
Is that your signature on this form?
Yes.
All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of trespass in structure or conveyance?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 2 days you spent in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those, and you cannot return to the address your attorney just gave. You understand that?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that she gave as a friend of the court. All right, you have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Richardson, Charisma, bonded.
I'll have him.
Richardson, Tahis, bonded also, Your Honor. And Simmons, Hoyt, mental health.
And, Your Honor.
I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
Okay, and I will waive the appearance.
Bond is $250, no return, no contact with victim, witness, or co-defendant.
Otto Jordan, bonded.
Is Stephen Young?
You're here charged with retail petty theft. All right. Sir, your bond, there is probable cause. Your bond is $250. You can't return to this location, and you can't have contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant in the case. Do you understand?
Yes, yes.
You're fine.
And I'm appointing your office, Ms. George.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Jared Pollard.
You're here charged with 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served as to both cases. Mr. Pollard would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Hold on. Thank you. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Was your office appointed in either of these cases, Ms. George?
I mean, it looks like it was a warrant, Your Honor. I don't, it wasn't a warrant. And I did not see an attorney appointed yet, if I'm recalling correctly.
All right.
They were 2 different dates. I did check.
Right, yeah. All right, Mr. Pollard, you understand the rights you're giving up if you enter pleas of guilty or no contest today?
Yes, ma'am.
You have any questions for me about these rights?
No.
Did you read this form and sign it?
No.
All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to resisting an officer without violence?
No content.
I'll accept your pleas. I find them freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 2 days in custody on both cases. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay that.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Thank
have
you.
30 days to appeal in writing.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry.
Eddie Yotto.
You're here in 2 cases because capiases were issued for your arrest for failing to appear for court. It looks like the judge authorized mental health pretrial release.
In the alternative, Your Honor, I would ask that you set a bond in case he doesn't qualify. Right?
What?
Oh, no?
I know, but I don't know what to do because I can't change a capias.
Oh, okay, okay. So just stay it at 0? I don't know.
What's the other one? Well, Ms. George, I can't change a capias.
I know, we were just talking about that, Your Honor. I understand.
All right, I'm gonna stay it at mental health pretrial release on the one and 250 on each count on the other.
Yes.
But make a note for your office, if they need to file motions, get it filed right away, because I can't change that right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Stay in touch with your attorney.
Parsons Tiffany.
You're here charged with disorderly conduct. Is there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state is a withhold credit time served in court costs. Ms. Parson would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea of no contest today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about these rights? Did you read and sign this form?
Ma'am.
All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of disorderly conduct?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 2 days you spent in custody, order that you pay court costs, and I'll give you a year to pay that. Good luck. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Jeremy Tavares Ziegler.
You're here charged with open container. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state is a withhold credit time served, and Mr. Ziegler would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Was that right, Mr. Ziegler?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The testimony I'm about to give? Oh, yes.
You're just swearing that you're going to tell me the truth if I ask you any questions.
Oh.
I don't have it.
Are you going to?
It's a city case.
Yes, I am, sir.
All right. Because I need to ask you some questions, like, you had the opportunity to discuss with an attorney the rights you'd be giving up, these rights. You understand those rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No.
You read this and signed it, right?
Yes.
All right, how do you wish to plead to the charge of open container?
Oh, no contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 2 days you've been in custody. It just got stuck. I have to order that you pay court costs, or I'll give you a year to pay those. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Okay.
That's it.
Mark Brooks.
You're here charged with driving while license suspended, canceled, or revoked.
There's not an offer, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Your bond is $250. Don't drive without a valid license, okay?
Got it.
Good luck.
You got it.
Sarah Johnson.
You're here because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for court on a no valid driver's license charge.
And the offer from the state, Your Honor, is an adjudication credit time served. And Ms. Johnson would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest. And it's a no vote.
It is. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea of no contest?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about those rights?
No.
Did you read and sign this form? All right, at this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of no valid driver's license? I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the
2 days.
2 days you spent in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. You have 30 days to appeal in writing. Yes, ma'am.
Troy Wallace.
You're here because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for court on a charge of attaching a tag unassigned.
And Your Honor, the offer from the state is a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, and Mr. Wallace would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea of no contest today?
Yes.
Give me 1 minute.
Really?
Mr. Wallace, did you read and sign this form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I didn't see that. I didn't,
The form.
That's my first time seeing it.
The form just right here.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, I did, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did.
It says Troy Wallace on it, but I'm making sure.
Yes, it was. I was just making sure it was the paper that was right here.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for me about these rights?
No, ma'am.
At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charge of attaching a tag unassigned? I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I will withhold adjudication, give you credit for the
1 day.
1 day you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'll give you a year to pay those. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
30 days to
Appeal if you would like.
If you wanted to appeal. The only thing you can appeal is an illegal judgment and sentence, which this was not, but I have to advise you of that right. Good luck. You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest. Let me make sure I have the number of counts right. Can I see your form? A warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with lewd or lascivious battery and 4 counts of lewd or lascivious molestation on a victim less than 12 years of age by a person greater than 18. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Huh? I'm still going to appoint them. I'm going to need you to complete the affidavit. Do you have an attorney? Did you say no?
He said no, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office, but I'm going to need you to complete that affidavit. Is he entitled to bond on count 1?
I'm double checking, Your Honor. For some reason, I didn't see this. I apologize.
How much do you want per month?
Yes, Your Honor, he is.
Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
No, Your Honor.
Arthur Hang asked to the remainder.
I think it would be all of the counts.
Oh, did she say was like?
Count 1 was the most serious. I thought that one might be a PBL, but she's telling me it's not.
No, it's a, Either a second or a first, but it is not a PBL.
All right, at this time, Mr. Brooks, your bond on count 1 is $500,000. Your bond on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 is $100,000 each. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can have no contact with any minor child under the age of 18. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or school. Do you understand? All right.
Well, you always tell me that. This one? Wait, here.
I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today. I reviewed the probable cause affidavit. There is probable cause. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
Thank you, Your Honor.
His bond is $4,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. Special conditions, no return, no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You're here charged with burglary of a structure and criminal mischief, damage greater than $200. I reviewed the probable cause affidavit. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $4,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant, and you cannot return to the scene for any reason. Good luck.
So my bond is for $500?
No, it's $4,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. Good luck.
Nicole Catalan, refuse.
I'll find her refusal a willing waiver of her appearance today. This is a warrant, so another judge has already found probable cause. Ms. George, I will appoint your office.
Thank you.
Bond will be $5,000 on count 1, $100 on 2. Wait, she's only here on the grand theft. I'm sorry. Bond on that will be $1,000. No victim contact, no return to the scene.
Kenneth Davis, refuse.
I'll find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today. I will appoint your office, Ms. George.
Thank you.
There is probable cause. The bond? I'll stay the bonds at $1,000 on the grand theft, $500 on the paraphernalia, and $500 on the driving while license suspended. Cannot drive without a valid license, no drugs without a valid prescription, no contact with any known drug dealers, no victim or witness contact.
Julio D. Thomas.
You have several cases. You're here charged with no valid driver's license, no motor vehicle registration, possession of an anti-shoplifting control device, 2 counts, and petty theft. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. I'll stay the bonds, $1,000 on the possession of anti-shoplifting device. I'll treat the others as subsidiaries. $150, $150. And then on the 2 misdemeanors, it'll be $500 each.
And,
Sir, you can't return to the scene for any reason, have contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. And I'm gonna take no action on the out of bond. Good luck.
Kyle Donaldson.
You're here charged with fraudulent use of personal identification information and fraudulent use of credit cards. A warrant was issued for your arrest. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond will be $2,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2. I'm sorry? You don't qualify for the assistance of the public defender, so if you want to be represented by an attorney, you're going to have to hire your own attorney. But did anyone look at the dates for the out on bond versus the warrant?
I know, Your Honor, that on the out on bond, he was arrested April 12th, and to date, no formal charges have been filed. I'm sure I didn't look at the actual.
He
has a-
bonded May 17th. I don't know what the, hold on one second. I'll take no action on the out on bond. Good luck.
My name is Eliza Estromero.
You're here charged with fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement. A warrant was issued for your arrest, so another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
And, Your Honor, I just ask that you consider the fact that she has no criminal history when setting the bond.
I'll set your bond at $5,000. Good luck.
Charles Hendry.
You're here charged with sexual battery on a child under 16. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Is this a PBL?
It's an F2.
You're kidding.
No, I double checked.
Ms. George, you wish to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor, I just ask that you consider the limited criminal history when setting the bond in this case.
Mr. Hendry, your bond is $500,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can have no contact with any minor child under the age of 18. You cannot be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or school. Do you understand that?
Uberlandi Herrera Guerra.
What's your name?
Uberlandi Herrera Guerra.
You're here charged with possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Does he have an ICE hold?
Looks like he has one for Polk County.
No, Your Honor, it's just a Polk County warrant.
So what is this FBI notice? It's your sheet.
Oh, that's just his history. That's part of his history. It shows that he's an illegal alien, but he doesn't have an ISO.
Oh. All right, there is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is $5,000. Your bond on count 2 is $5,000. Your bond on count 3 is $500. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Calvin Scott Jernigan.
All right, sir, you're here because 2 capiases were issued for your arrest for failing to appear for court on charges of burglary, grand theft of a firearm, possession of a firearm by convicted felon, and resisting without violence. There's no bond authorized on those capiases, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. What? Oh, you have an attorney?
Oh, he has an attorney.
I will not appoint an attorney then. Good luck.
Tyler DeMarch. bonded. Christian McClary, bonded.
Freddie Merrick.
Sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you for violating your sex offender reporting requirements. Ms. George, I'll appoint your office.
Yes, Your Honor. I would just ask that, based on the history that I see, this is his first time failing to report, so I just ask that you take that into consideration when setting the bond.
All right, sir, your bond is $10,000. You must comply with all your reporting requirements. Good luck.
What,
Yes.
could I fail you to register when my month is next month? Only have February and August is my month to register.
It sounds like you think you have some defenses to this. You want to talk to your attorney about that. The only thing we're doing today is I'm telling you that probable cause has already been found. But call your attorney right away. You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with burglary of a structure, grand theft, and criminal mischief. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $4,000 on count 1, $150 on count 2, and $150 on count 3. With special conditions, you can't return to the scene or have contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. Good luck, sir.
Brzezowski.
You're here charged with possession of cocaine, possession of heroin, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 on count 1, $500 on count 2, and $100 on count 3. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance. Do you understand? You have to answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Andrew Putnam.
You're here charged with burglary of a conveyance. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond is $4,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in the case, and you cannot return to the scene. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Madeline Robinson, refuse, Your Honor.
I will find her refusal a willing waiver of her appearance today. And Ms. George, I'm going to appoint your office.
Thank you.
There is probable cause. Her bond is $1,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. No contact with any known drug dealers. And cannot possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription.
Excuse me. Carl Schoenwalder. I have some housekeeping, if I may.
All right, well, first let me tell you why you're here. You're here because a judge issued a capias for your arrest for failing to appear for court on a charge of unauthorized possession of an ID card. The judge who issued that capias did not authorize a bond. And he has a private attorney.
Oh, he has private.
I mean, back in 2011 or now? Hold on a second, let me look at that.
Oh, he does? He does?
It says he has a private attorney, but this is a 2011 case. So here's the thing, sir. You can say anything you wish, but everything you say today is being recorded and can be used against you later. Because this is a capias, I can't legally change it today. So you can tell me anything you want. I don't know that it'll change anything that's happening today, and I want to make sure you understand that.
I understand that, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Pardon me, my throat's a little off with the
Mine is too.
Allergies. First off, I am not the corporation Excuse me. I'm not the corporation dead person that you're calling up here, and I am.
Can you get closer to the microphone so I can hear you better?
I am not the corporation dead person that you have called up here. I have, according to my holy scriptures, the Bible, I have become a citizen of the Commonwealth of Israel, and I have renounced my citizenship, and that is according to the law of nations. I'm not sure, I'm confused about this warrant because, again, this was a case that was closed in 2011. It doesn't exist. And that court did not recall the warrant. So I thought I'm here for the recall of that warrant. That case doesn't exist.
It does, sir, in the clerk of court system.
When we called about it, we couldn't find it. And they told us that it was, discharged. That case is discharged. That's why I thought that the warrant should have been recalled, and that court didn't do it. Back in, I guess you say 2011, that's an old case.
Oh, it is. It's a very old case.
When we came to court one day, they said that there is discharged. So we left. They didn't say anything about you got a capias or anything like that.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Yes, please.
Is there a quicker way to find the capias itself? I'm just going through each entry, but this is a really long case.
Excuse me.
I think the capias was issued in 2013. Do you have it? Hold on. Thank you. All right, so the capias was issued by the judge in August of 2012 for failing to appear for court on 8/24/2012. And the judge authorized no bond on that capias. So because you didn't come to court when you were ordered to do so, that's why there's a capias for your arrest. The case is not closed, the capias is still active.
So the case is still open?
It is.
I don't know why we were told it was discharged.
I don't know who told you that.
That was through the public defender's office and through the prosecutor's office when my wife called down there.
I don't know why they told you that, but it's not. In fact, in 2014, there are court minutes that the judge actually advised the capias remains active. So this case is not closed.
Okay, what do we do next?
So I can't change the capias. You currently have no bond. You'll want to call your attorney right away.
Gotcha, okay,
Good luck.
thank you.
Thank you. Do you want that? He has an attorney.
Ryan Simon bonded.
Jade Smith.
You're here charged with improper exhibition of a firearm and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $4,000 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2, with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim, any witness, or the co-defendant in this case. Do you understand what that means?
You go over that for me?
No contact. No speak to them. You can't speak to them. You can't send a message on social media. You can't send a message through friends or family. No contact at all. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck. I'm gonna have to take a quick recess. After this one, I need to take a quick recess.
Rasheen Stokes.
Mr. Stokes, you're here charged with child abuse. The state has already filed an information in this case.
Yeah. She didn't, she said he has a private attorney.
What?
Sorry, the old, I said the old man.
The older gentleman?
Yes, Your Honor. He was saying, he was asking for a PD form, but I was explaining that he had a private attorney.
He has a private attorney. All right, well, let him fill it out. I'll appoint your office.
Okay. I'm gonna have to have him fill out this form.
All right, back to Mr. Stokes' case. The state attorney's office has already filed an information charging you with child abuse. At this time, your bond is $25,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any of the victim's family members. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can have no contact with any minor child under the age of 18. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender's office. We're gonna take a quick recess. I know we're almost done, but. I don't need my thing, right, because you gotta let me back in.
I'm listening to them. They're like the old man. And I'm like, the old man. I'm like, oh my God, I just said the old man.
That is not politically correct, madam.
Probably, it may be regional conflict.
I thought I saw Mark Burnham, and that name does sound familiar,
It
but
might be regional conflict, that's why. What is his name? I gotta look, because it may be regional conflict council. What's his name?
Joanne Walker.
Oh, okay. Because it's not gonna do him any good. You see. Yeah, he has somebody else. It's not gonna. I don't think we can. I don't think you can, because he already filed a notice of appearance. I don't think legally they can. Warrant, plea, and abate. No, I don't think he can. He has somebody else appointed. is this? Plead. I'm trying to find something.
Sorry.
Just give me a second. Let me look. No, let me see. Let me see. I'm looking into it because I need to see who this attorney is. That's fine. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see who the attorney is first. You could just sit in there for, give me 5 minutes. Let me just look. Okay.
You ready? Oh, we're still on the record. All right, I'm ready.
Kevin Teru. Kevin Teru.
Kevin, what? What's your name?
Kevin Teru.
All right, you're here in 2 cases. Right? Just the 2? A warrant was issued for your arrest, charging with carrying a concealed firearm and possession of fentanyl. Another judge has already found probable cause in that case. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $4,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2.
I think he's only here for the resisting, right?
In the arson.
And the arson.
Wait, I don't have the arson. Hold on.
I don't have the arson either. Let's see.
Do you need the case number?
Oh, no, I do have the arson. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So warrant.
Not for the carrying concealed. You're here for the warrant in the arson of a dwelling case. And then the resisting without violence is when they picked him up. All right. There is probable cause for the resisting. Another judge has found probable cause for the warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in both. And what says the state has to bond?
Your Honor, with regard to the arson, it is a first-degree felony, but he is entitled to bond.
But what else says the state?
States, says nothing else with regard to bond, Your Honor.
The defense?
Your Honor, I would just ask that you consider the fact that he has some history. It looks like 1 conviction in 2019 and no failures to appear. So I just ask that you consider that when setting the bond in this case.
Your bond is $50,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
That's 5-0.
You have to answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't return to the scene for any reason. And in the resisting, it's $500. Good luck.
Hilton Turner.
You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with many, many things. Give me 1 moment. Can I just see your
Terry. Number 22016915.
Bonded, Kevin bonded.
I have too much.
Yeah, it's like a ton, and I want to get the counts right.
It's a lot.
I will. All right, sir, the warrant is for 4 counts of grand theft, 6 counts of petty theft, 13 counts of dealing in stolen property, 13 counts of false verification of ownership to a pawnbroker. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. I'm going to stay the bonds. Can I keep it so I can read it? All right.
Yeah. She's gonna set bond.
I'll stay the bond at $5,000 on count 1, $150 on 2, 3, and 4, $1,000 on count 5, $100 on 6 through 10, $150 on 11 through 36. You can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You can't return to the scene or to the pawn shop. Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
I don't know, you got a lot, but I didn't even. Oh, here, let me just write the total. Amount of bond. You're gonna have to.
Hello,
Hi.
my name's Corey Valentine.
You're here because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear on charges of sale of cocaine or delivery of cocaine and possession of paraphernalia. There's no bond authorized on that capias. You have an attorney. Do you still have that attorney?
No, ma'am, I sat in jail the whole
Leon
time.
Cheek.
Yeah, it says Leon Cheek.
I sat in jail the whole time.
I would not.
That I was, when I caught this original charge from April 11th to like May 23rd or something like that. And my charges got dropped.
They didn't.
At least that's what the paperwork that the lady gave me,
They
Your
didn't.
charges did not get dropped, sir.
because I had no court date.
They filed a 33-day motion, which is why you were released, because at that time, no information had been filed. Since then, it appears the state did file an information. So originally, no information was filed. It looks like, June 11th of 2021, and information was filed by the state. So the case is open, and you have Regional Conflict Counsel.
All right, sir, so you need to contact your attorney right away.
I don't even know what the lady's name is. It was last year.
Will it be on his paperwork who his attorney is? No?
I don't have the number, but I have the name.
All right, she's gonna write down the name for you, sir. But you need to contact your attorney. Good luck.
That's Regional Conflict.
Margaret Wega.
You're here charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond is $2,500. You can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. Good luck.
Benjamin Lee Williams.
You're here because a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for court on charges of driving while license suspended and possession of a controlled substance. There's no bond authorized on that capias. Do you have an attorney, sir?
Oh, ma'am.
Does he qualify? I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Good luck.
Is there a second case, the one for the ag bet on the permanent disfigurement?
That's a different
22
William.
CF 8464?
This is Benjamin, right?
Yes.
That's the next Williams.
Oh, sorry, mine are attached, sorry.
Jaheem Williams.
Tell me your name again.
Jaheem Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with aggravated battery and burglary of an occupied dwelling. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
No, Your Honor.
Wait. The burglary is a different case. He's just here on the aggravated battery. Sorry. It's hard for me to tell the way that it's written. Your bond is $5,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in the case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Were you two living together?
No, ma'am.
All right, you can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. Good luck.
Here, Mark L. I don't know. Oh, he was still there. Your Honor, on, I can't say his name, Schoonwaller, 2011 CF 7278AO, it still has, Mark Burnham present as his attorney. He was actually present at the last court hearing, and he's still in good standing. I don't see a withdrawal filed. I can provide all of his information so that he can contact him because I have it listed. But I think he's still appointed on this case.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm gonna write that down. And one more, can you get Rebecca? Because I really don't understand what's going on here.
What happened with Baker?
We didn't need him, Your Honor. He was reset, but that's the same case, the out on bond case you addressed yesterday.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you. I don't know what's going on. Oh, no, I think I'm talking about a different case. That's Baker, right?
Have we finished?
Yeah.
So you wanted me to do what?
I guess it needs to be.
If there's nothing else, court will be adjourned.
2980, defendant Baker Roderick. I would ask that you appoint the public defender to his out on bond cases. I believe you appointed us to the new law violations.
I'll do that.
Thank you. You got the old guy?
Court is adjourned.
Okay.
On behalf of the State Attorney's Office.
Letitia George on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
Can you have them say their name when they come in?
My name is Christopher Berryman.
Mr. Berryman, you're here in 22 MM 4890, charged with 13, 14, 15, 16, I believe 17 counts of violation of a condition of pretrial release. Does he qualify for the PD? I'm going to appoint the public defender's office.
I think we're on the original case.
I was assuming so, but I wanted to make sure of that. Did you wish to be heard, Ms. George?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I reviewed the affidavit. There is probable cause here. Mr. Berryman, I'm not asking you to say anything. Everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm telling you, however. You understand that when a court orders you to have no contact, that includes phone contact. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You can have no contact with any victim or witness in your original case. That includes phone calls from the jail. Is that clear? You understand that if you continue to call a victim or a witness in a case after a judge has ordered you not to, not only is that a criminal offense, you can also be held in contempt of court.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Is he being held at no bond on the original offense? It should be.
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Let me just double check. He is, Your Honor, not.
I reviewed the affidavit. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He is, Your Honor. He's been held on no bond status.
I reviewed the affidavit. I don't, this court finds there are no conditions of bond that I can place on your client with which he'll comply. Do you have any suggestions, counselor?
No, Your Honor.
I'm gonna turn that down a little bit, just in case. Mr. Berryman, in the state of Florida, for most crimes, you're entitled to bond unless the court can find no conditions of pretrial release with which you'll comply. The fact that you're here charged with these offenses and the volume of offenses makes me believe there are no conditions I can impose on you with which you will comply. At this time, I'm going to detain you pretrial with no bond. Your attorneys can file a motion in front of your trial judges if they want to challenge that holding. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, can you give me the case number for this case, please?
Which case?
The one that just went, Mr. Berryman?
Okay, 22MM4890. But I can tell you guys, I can't repeat myself a bunch today. I'm losing my voice, so you guys gotta.
Okay, thank you.
Roberto Gerardo.
Mr. Tirado, you're here in 2019 CF, thank you, 5315, I knew that wasn't right. For violation of probation, the allegation is you failed to complete your batterer's intervention program. There's no bond authorized. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Anastasia Robinson.
Ms. Robinson, you're here in 22MM4875, charged with battery, domestic violence.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Robinson, I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case. Ms. George, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to, I was just checking one
Where's
thing.
my mother?
On the out on bond case.
Just a moment, ma'am. I don't know where your mother is. I don't know what that feedback is. I did turn it down.
Your Honor, I would ask that you, I don't know if she could possibly be screened for mental health pretrial release. On her out on bond case, we are appointed and we have, we believe she's likely incompetent. We are getting her evaluated. So I just ask that she be screened for mental health pretrial release. In the alternative, I would just ask that you set a bond on the on the new law offense. She's been committed. She's been Baker Acted multiple times, Your Honor.
I reviewed the probable cause affidavit. There is probable cause for this offense. What concerns the court, I understand what you're saying, Counselor, but she's out on bond for violent offenses and was arrested for committing a new violent offense. So, ma'am, you can say anything you wish, but before you do, everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later. Let me ask if your attorney would like to say something to you before you speak to the court.
They brought me here.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I'll be right there.
All right, thank you, Ms. George. Ms. Robinson, here's what I'm going to do.
Look at my eye, Judge. My eye is black. I go through a lot.
I believe you.
Young lady.
But here's what I'm going to do with these cases.
Schizophrenic.
Yes, ma'am, I believe you. I see the notes in the probable cause affidavit about that, and based on your attorney's arguments, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you bond in your new case, and I'm not going to revoke your bonds in your old cases.
Yes, ma'am.
In your new case, your bond is $2,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with a victim or any witness. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that's your mother, but for right now, you can have no contact
How long, Judge?
until another judge changes it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So your attorney can file a motion in front of the trial judge, but until a judge says you can talk to her, you cannot.
And I have a bond at 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Why can't I go to Lakeside? Because they brought me here unlawfully.
I think you can go to Lakeside, but I can't release you there today. So your
When can you
attorney,
release me, Judge?
I can't. Your attorney's gonna file a motion and try to get you into Lakeside. That's what we're gonna work on. So for now, you can have no contact with any victim or witness, and you can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Were you living with your mom?
No, ma'am. I live by myself.
Okay, so I'll just order that you not return to your mother's residence for any reason.
Yeah, she lives in Jacksonville. I won't be in Jacksonville visiting her.
Perfect. All right,
I
stay
live
in
in
touch with your
Orlando.
attorney.
That's it, we're done?
Yes, ma'am.
What
Good
was your
luck.
name?
Letitia.
Letitia, how can I get in contact with you?
No action.
The number's right there.
Oh. 22 CF 6346.
Enos Danai.
What's his name?
Enos Danai.
Got it. 22 CF 8430. We gave the state 24 hours yesterday. Does the state have additional information today?
No, Your Honor, I would ask that you find probable cause for just the simple battery with no prior.
I assume that the defense has no objection to that.
No, Your Honor.
There is probable cause for a battery. I reviewed that affidavit yesterday. Sir, your bond is $1,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll allow a one-time return to the hotel. Actually, I already ordered all that yesterday. All the same conditions. All right, good luck, sir. Stay in touch with your attorney.
Can y'all hear me?
All right, Mr. Hillman, you're here in 22 CF 7235. Probable cause capias was issued for your arrest, charging you with burglary of a dwelling, dealing in stolen property, and receiving money from a pawnbroker using false verification of ownership. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond is $2,500 on count 1, $1,000 on counts 2 and 3. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You cannot return to the scene for any reason. And Ms. George, did you have a chance to look at the dates?
I did, Your Honor. The new law occurred July 7th of last year, and he was just arrested. All the other charges, 2022 CF 2614 AL, possession of cocaine and drug paraphernalia. That was March 8th of this year. However, he wasn't arrested on the new law yet.
All right, so he's not out, they're not actually out on bond. All right, I'll take no action on those. Good luck, sir. Stay in touch with your attorney.
Larry Adams, refuse, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. George, this is the one we reset from yesterday because he had an offer.
I will waive it.
All right.
Have believe you said
I did appoint their office yesterday, right? Okay. His bond is $500, no return. One more time.
Gus Fennell Jr.
22 CF 7749. Sir, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with aggravated battery, domestic violence, false imprisonment, and tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement. Another judge has already found probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, I just asked you to set a reasonable bond.
In this case, sir, your bond will be $5,000 on count 1, $15,000 on count 2, and $1,000 on count 3. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, yes.
You cannot possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
I gave him a one-time return. I know. You know what, scratch that. I'll just say do not return. So no one-time return, just do not.
I
All right.
really do apologize, Your Honor. Can I just have the bond amounts? I apologize.
I wrote it on the paper.
5,000, 15,000, and 1,000.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, good luck, sir.
Richard Jefferson.
Mr. Jefferson, you're here in 22 CF 8460, charged with aggravated battery, domestic violence. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. I would just ask that you find PC for battery by strangulation, not the aggravated battery. And I believe the state has the statute number.
Does the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The statute for battery by strangulation is 784.041, sub 2, sub A.
There is probable cause for that. I reviewed this affidavit and I had the same note. So I will find probable cause for aggravated domestic battery by strangulation. Do you wish to be heard on bond?
I would just ask that you consider the fact that he has a very limited criminal history. Looks like only drug paraphernalia when set in the bond, Your Honor.
Sir, your bond is $5,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must comply with any plan set in place by DCF. You cannot return to the victim's residence for any reason or be within 1,000 feet of her residence or place of employment. Do you understand that?
Ma'am, it's my residence. I don't have anywhere to go.
You'll have to find a place.
She lives in Africa.
Hold on. It says after a 2-month stay. Hold on.
It does.
I gotta pull it back up again.
She just returned yesterday to handle some affairs that she needed to take care of. And she lives in Africa. I picked her up from the airport.
All right, so that's not what's in the probable cause affidavit. It does not say she lives overseas. It says she returned to the United States, which makes me think she lives in the United States.
She doesn't.
I can only go on what I have in the affidavit, sir. So I'm telling you what this court is ordering today. You can have no contact with her. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow you to return to that residence one time to gather belongings with law enforcement, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, change that. All right, good luck.
Jalil Jex.
22 CF 8469, you're here charged with aggravated battery on a pregnant person. There is probable cause. Sir, if you wish to be represented by an attorney, you're going to have to hire one. You don't qualify for the appointment of the public defender's office. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, sir, your bond is $5,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Could you explain it, please?
You cannot speak to her. You cannot call her on the phone. You cannot send a message through friends or family. You cannot send a text message. You cannot contact her on social media. Do you understand?
Yeah, she's in my house. How do I can't.
I'm going to order that you maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow you to return there one time to gather your belongings with law enforcement.
No, it's my house.
It doesn't matter. You can't live where she's living. So if she's living there, you cannot live there. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, Mr. Jex.
Jeremy Cullis, behavior, Your Honor.
And,
22 CF 8484. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. His bond is $5,000, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, no alcohol, random screens, no contact with the victim. That's all. Mr. Lismore, you're here in 22 CF 8481, charged with battery on a law enforcement officer and battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. Okay. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I see the notes, Counselor. Unless you wish to be heard on bond. Do you have anything else to tell me about bond?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Your bond is $2,500 on count one, $100 on count two, with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say yes?
He did, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him. Mr. Lismore, you can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. Good luck, sir.
Shanko Lynch, ma'am.
(22 CF 8486). You're here charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, and criminal mischief. There is probable cause. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you look at the dates?
Yes, Your Honor, she was out on bond. And I believe they filed. Yep, and information has already been filed.
All right, ma'am, your bond will be $5,000 on count one, $150 on count two, $100 on count two. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what that means? I'm sorry, I need you to answer out loud. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Is she actually out on bond for the exact same charges? Is it the same victim?
That I don't know, Your Honor.
Does the state know?
Not immediately, Your Honor.
I'm going to revoke it. Ma'am, I'm revoking your bond on your out on bond case. Your attorney's going to have to file a motion in front of your trial judge. Good luck. Call your attorney.
Nicholas Paris.
22 CF 8144. You're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest, charging you with battery, domestic battery by strangulation, and battery domestic violence. Another judge has already found probable cause. While you're here in the courtroom, I need you to look at me or that wall. Do not look at the witness. Do you understand? All right, good morning, ma'am. Do you wish to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Logan Johnson, Logan. Oh, sorry, Johnsson.
I thought so. Let me ask if the state has some questions for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you know the defendant?
He's my fiance.
Do you live together?
Yes.
While this case is pending, would you like to continue living together?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Okay. Has something like this happened before?
No.
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
Just alcohol.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any from the defense?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
All right, ma'am, is there anything else you'd like me to know?
Just that I'm not pressing charges.
So that's not actually how this works.
Okay.
This case is the state of Florida versus Nicholas Paris. It's not you versus him. So it's up to the state of Florida whether they're going to prosecute him for committing a crime against the state of Florida. Now, because you're the listed victim, I'm sure they're very interested in what you have to say, but you don't get to decide if they press the charges. I know everybody says that, but I just want to make sure you understand that's not really how that works.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Paris, I'll tell you what concerns this court. I reviewed this affidavit, even though probable cause was found by another judge. Not only did you put your fiancée in a headlock, according to the affidavit, you also threatened to kill her. That's concerning to this court. I'm going to ask your attorney what conditions of bond she would recommend in this case.
Your Honor, in this particular case, I would add, he has a very limited criminal history. The only thing I see that could be considered violent was an out-of-state conviction for assault. Given the victim's testimony here today, I would ask for pretrial release in conjunction with a small monetary bond, because he has nothing on his record. He's been in the area for over a year. It's just that he just started working. But I do not believe, based on his history, that he is a danger to the community, and he will appear for court.
Does the state wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson, how old is the baby?
6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
So cute.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Paris. I will place you on pretrial release, and I'll require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount significantly. On count 1, your bond will be $2,500. On count 2, it'll be $100. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You seem hesitant.
I mean, like, we live together and have a baby.
You do not now. You have to find another place to live. You can have no contact with her. You must maintain a separate residence. I will allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Yes, sir?
She's been staying at a hotel. Can she continue to do that? And I stay at the house? I have no way to stay at a hotel or anything.
I don't have jurisdiction to order the victim to do anything. So I'm ordering you to maintain a separate residence from her. Wherever she lives, you cannot. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You'll be subject to random drug and alcohol screens. You cannot possess or consume alcohol. Did I miss anything? Miss Eugene?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
I almost called you Miss Brenda. I know your last name is Eugene. I don't know. I was like, Miss Eugene. Brenda?
We all have those mornings.
Jay Slocum.
22 CF 8457. You're here charged with aggravated battery on a pregnant person and battery domestic violence. No. There is probable cause. Sir, if you wish to be represented by an attorney, ma'am, if you wish to, I'm sorry, ma'am, if you wish to be represented by an attorney, you're going to have to hire one. Oh, you don't have one? Do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
I don't know.
I can't hear you. You have to answer out loud. So let me tell you what's happening. You're being charged with 2 crimes by the state of Florida. The first crime is a 3rd-degree misdemeanor, right? I mean, a 3rd-degree felony. 3rd degree?
I think it's second, but I'll double check that one.
2nd-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years in prison. The second crime is a 1st-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in jail. You can represent yourself, but you have the right to be represented by an attorney. However, you didn't complete the affidavit to apply for the services of the public defender, so I don't know if you qualify.
So, Your Honor, she makes about $2,000 a month with 2 dependents. I'm not sure if that'll qualify.
It probably will.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
How much money do you make?
About 2,000 a month, relatively.
How many dependents do you have?
2.
All right, I'll appoint the PD, and then if we determine somehow it's incorrect, we can always change that. Do you have any arguments on bond, Ms. George?
I would just ask that you consider the fact that she has no criminal history, Your Honor, and just the one-time return with law enforcement. I'm just having him or her fill out the affidavit so I can give it to the court.
That's fine, all right. Your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2. I'll finish in just a minute. I want to make sure you can hear me.
I'm done, Your Honor. You can continue.
All right, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You have to answer out loud. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. All right, good luck. Stay in touch with your attorney.
Wait here. Oh, that's bad. Thank you.
Hey, no, my name Kieran Williams.
Mr. Williams, you're here in 2 cases, 22 CF 8474. You're here charged with robbery by sudden snatching, grand theft, battery, domestic violence, criminal mischief, and resisting an officer without violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. In 22 CF 8487, you're here charged with tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement and battery domestic violence. Again, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Let me ask Ms. George, did you wish to be heard on either case?
And I believe this is, I don't know which case number it is, but it is a tampering with a witness.
8487.
Yes, 487, Your Honor. I would argue no PC. It's just a blanket statement with really no facts. It references some other report.
It references the other case. I had the same thought when I initially read it, but I do believe that there's probable cause contained within the affidavit in the other case. It references both cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. However, in this affidavit where they charged him with the tampering and the battery, the officer would have to have put the facts and the allegations alleged in the four corners of this arrest affidavit.
Your Honor, and generally I would agree with that, but the issue here is that they came in together. You read one, you read the other.
So this is an interesting question. I don't know if legally, so because when I read the affidavit in 8474, I think the probable cause for 8487 is contained in that affidavit.
Right.
If you read it.
Charged under that case number, but they.
Right, I think they should have put the affidavit in both. But because he fled the scene in 8487, allegedly, they didn't arrest him in that one. They arrested him in 8474, and that's the one that contains the probable cause for both.
Right.
So I don't know if lawfully, if we have to have it in the other case, if that's your argument, I could give the state 24 hours to do that, but I think there is probable cause there.
I think there's probable cause. It looks like they did it as an.
They did it as an add-on.
As an add-on, so I will waive any defects in that one, Your Honor, given that it is listed in the 2022 CF 8474 AO.
Okay, it was a little bit complicated, but it took me a couple minutes, but I do think it's there. I just want to make sure, you know, we do the right thing this morning. Mr. Williams, I saw you raise your hand.
Oh.
Before you say anything, let me give your attorney an opportunity to speak with you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I just ask that you set bonds.
Okay, all right, that's what I'll do then. Give me one moment. On the tampering with a witness, your bond is $2,000. Domestic battery, in that case, it's $100. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in that case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't return to the victim's home for any reason or be within 1,000 feet of the victim's home or place of employment.
Yes, ma'am.
In the other case, your bond is $5,000 on the robbery, $1,000 on grand theft, $500 on battery DV, $500 on criminal mischief, and $500 on resisting without violence. With all of the same conditions, you can have no contact with the victim, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, cannot be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment, and can have no contact with any witness. Do you understand? Good luck, sir.
Oh, okay.
Boston, Antonio.
22 MM 4872, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? Did he say yes?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It appears the victim was also arrested. We're seeing that person today. I was gonna see if we could speak with both to see if they wanted contact with each other.
We can do that. Do you have the victim's name? I just threw that.
Wiggins?
Is she here? All right.
Don Wiggins.
Okay, hold on, I gotta pull up that case number too. You're here as a victim in one case and a defendant in another. You're charged in 22 MM 4873 with battery domestic violence. Give me one moment. All right, as the victim in 4872, Mr. Riggins, do you wish to have contact with Mr. Boston?
Yes.
Does the state have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then let me ask you, Mr. Boston, as the victim in 22 MM 4873, do you wish to have contact with Mr. Wiggins?
Yes.
All right, Ms. George, I'm going to appoint your office in both cases, although I understand you'll have to conflict off. For the purpose of today's hearing, I'll tell you what concerns the court. There's a prior DV with the same defendant and the same victim. It just appears to be a pattern of behavior. So I'm concerned that if I allow them to have contact, it's just going to happen again. Any thoughts?
Your Honor, so Mr. Boston is actually moving out of the home. So could we do, live separately, but still allow them to have contact, peaceful contact? We could also do, in addition to the 500, if anything happens like this again. But he is moving out of the home for now. So I think that them not residing together would prevent any other altercations from occurring. Neither one has any type of extensive violent history.
No, they don't.
I believe they're young, so I think the separation or moving out from with each other would assist in anything further happening.
All right, I'll do that. I'll set both of your bonds at $500. I'll allow peaceful contact. But my concern is you guys are both really young. You don't have extensive criminal histories. This seems to be a pattern. You guys got to figure out how to resolve conflict without doing this, because you're just going to keep getting arrested. And then eventually you're going to have extensive criminal histories. So you're young and you're throwing your lives away because you can't figure out how to deal with each other. That seems like a bad idea. So I don't know if it's the best idea, but I'm going to allow you to have peaceful contact. That means no shoving, no kicking, no throwing things, no yelling. Don't even raise your voices. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
No weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Maintain a separate residence on both. And I'll allow each of them one-time return till they can figure out who's living where. All right, so you can't live together, but you can have peaceful contact. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm not ordering you to leave, but you said you're moving out, so get your stuff and go somewhere else so you guys can stop getting arrested. Good luck. Deidre Burton. 22 MM 4882, you're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim.
Oh, not her? Oh,
I didn't see anybody.
sorry. No, wrong person.
Okay. You understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, and you must comply with any plans set in place by DCF. Good luck.
Okay.
Your Honor, for the case of Robinson Anastasia, the victim just showed up.
Okay, they're gonna have to wait. Didn't we already do that one? Okay, we can come back to it, but let's finish. Thank you for letting me know.
Derek Davis.
Mr. Davis, you're hearing 22 MM 4881, charged with battery domestic violence. While you're in the courtroom, I need you to look down, look at me, or look at that wall, but do not look at the witness. Do you understand? You have to answer out loud.
Sure.
Good morning, ma'am. Do you wish to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Kendall Dion. My last name is Dion.
State.
Good morning, Ms. Dion.
Morning.
How do you know the defendant?
This is my child's father.
Do you live together?
Yes.
While this case is pending, do you want to continue living together?
I don't think so.
Has something like this happened before?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
Sometimes, yeah.
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
No.
Thank you very much for coming in, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am. Is there anything else you want me to know?
No, I don't really think so. I'm trying to make the right decision for myself and my child, and it's kind of hard, but yeah, I think it's best probably if I'm not around him. And yeah, like I'm tired of this. I'm tired of him putting his hands on me. I'm tired of like being scared. I'm tired of it, like, and I'm scared to even really say too much right now because I don't even want to, and it's like my mind is telling me not to, but it's like I know I gotta like say something for my child's sake. So it's like I'm forcing myself at this point. Like it's been long enough, and that's all I gotta say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Davis, and it sounds like in some situations, it's better if we all have some time apart. So here's what I'm going to do. In this case, sir, your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay. All right, you can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. I'm going to order you two to maintain a separate residence. I'll allow you a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. But then after that, you'll be living somewhere else. You understand? All right, good luck, sir. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Steven Gonzalez.
22 MM 4891, you're here charged with stalking, dating, violence. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you wish to be heard, Ms. George?
No, I just ask that you consider the fact that he has no criminal history when setting the bond.
Hold on, I can't hear you. Can you aim the mic at you?
I would just ask that you consider the fact that he has no criminal history when setting the monetary bond.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some, I don't know, mental health pretrial release. I'm not sure, Your Honor.
I thought about that based on some of the things I read in the affidavit. So here's what I'm going to do, sir. First, I'm going to have you screened for mental health pretrial release. If you qualify for that, you'll be released on that when you post a $100 monetary bond. If you don't qualify for that, oh, I forgot, Rebecca, they're not gonna like this.
Yeah, I think they have to be the same bond, Your Honor. You're either gonna do mental health PTR with a $500 bond or a $500 bond straight, but it has to be the same bond.
It's not gonna be $500, this is stalking.
Maybe just set a monetary bond, Your Honor. We have services that can help him with, any issues he may be having, and given the history, and I don't see any reference of Baker Acts or mental health, other than the statements made. Maybe we can get him some services, so I just ask that you set a monetary bond. I don't know if he, just to make it easier, I'm not sure.
It seems ridiculous that we can't have people avail themselves of programs because of some administrative issue.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you get someone in here, Rebecca, who can explain that to me?
Explain.
Why I can't do two different bond amounts? I mean, I know that's not, you didn't make that decision.
Okay.
But I don't think that's okay. For now, here's what I'm going to do.
I'm sorry. Can we approach on this?
Yeah. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. You can't possess alcohol or any prescription drugs without a valid prescription. And I want you to stay in touch with your attorney, okay? Because they're going to try to get you into some services that will help you. You understand? All right, good luck.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, then, so you're removing the mental health pretrial release?
I am.
Thank you.
Hello? Blake Griffin?
Mr. Griffin, you're here in 22 MM 4892, charged with 2 counts of violating a domestic violence injunction. While you're in the courtroom, I need you to look at me or that wall, but don't look at the witness. Do you understand? Good morning. Do you wish to testify?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
State your name for the record and spell your last name.
Deborah Griffin, Griffin.
All right, we'll do one at a time, Mr. Griffin. Let's let her do first, and then we'll have you go. Let me see if the state has some questions.
Good morning, Ms. Griffin. How do you know the defendant?
He's my son.
Do you live together?
No, not now.
Do you have a domestic violence injunction in place? Do you have an injunction against your son?
Yes,
Do you know when it expires?
December 2020, December 2022,
Do you know when it was initiated?
December 2020.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. George, anything? I'm going to appoint your office, by the way.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Griffin, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Yeah, I want to say that I love my son. He suffers from mental illness, bipolar disorder. He's currently on no medication for that. He also was in an automobile accident where he ran his car into a brick wall in 2020, and he suffers from a traumatic brain injury. And since that time, he has shown some aggression, but he never used to be aggressive toward myself or my husband. I love him very much, and I've been trying to help him, and I'm seeking mental health help for my son, please.
All right, thank you. Mr. Griffin, did you want to talk to the court?
Yes.
All right, tell me your name.
Robert Griffin.
Let me ask if the state has any questions for you.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
I apologize for repeating this. How do you know the defendant?
He's my son.
Do you live together?
No.
Do you have an injunction against the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell me when that started?
December 2020.
She knows all the days. December 2020.
And when does it expire?
December 2022.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Griffin, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Yes, I just want to tell the court and Blake that I love him very much, that all his aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews love him. We want him back in our family, and I want him to stop this trajectory of his life and hopefully get better mentally.
He's delusional.
He has delusions.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, okay. He has delusions, believes his delusions, and we just want him to get better.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately, in county court, we don't have jurisdiction to order any sort of treatment. We don't have the resources to do that. So I can't order that today. I can have him screened for mental health pretrial release. In this case, I will do that. Rebecca, if I have him screened and he doesn't qualify, will he come back to IAs?
Are you gonna do it in conjunction with a bond?
Well, that's the problem. How do I do that if I?
It would be a
You could just
or.
order mental health PTR, or if he doesn't qualify, a bond on each count.
But the problem is it's a domestic case. So I think pursuant to the statute with PTR, you have to have a bond. So I'm not going to do that because it would need to be a different amount of bond.
Your Honor, they're allowed to be released on straight pretrial release. If.
Right. I'm saying I could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. Mental health pretrial release.
Mm-hmm.
But it's domestic, so I think it still has to have a monetary bond.
It doesn't. Based on the statute, you can release them on straight pretrial release or mental health pretrial release without a monetary bond if, given the facts and the circumstances, it warrants such release, which is what's in the statute. So it's really up to you.
Your Honor, it is within your discretion. There is the majority of the statute does say that it cannot be done because it's a dangerous crime, cannot be released non-monetary. And then when you continue reading, it says it's within your discretion.
Okay, yes, Mr. Griffin?
We're working with Barbara Leach, and we've sent her a letter asking for help for our son.
Judge Leach is
She's
the one who
judge that-
saw the injunction?
Yes,
I
yes,
see.
ma'am. She gave me permission to help him and to take him to appointments, doctor's appointments, psychiatrist appointments, but he doesn't want to go. He doesn't trust the system. And, you know, if he doesn't seek help, I don't feel that we're safe around him. And I don't know if we're going to be able to continue to care for him. And he has no money. We want to help him, but if he doesn't seek some kind of help and work on, I mean, when he's having these delusions, it's not safe for us.
I understand. All right, here's what we'll do. I'll have him screened for mental health pretrial release. Mr. Griffin, if you qualify for mental health pretrial release, you'll be released on that.
Can I
It's a
get CIA
program.
sheet thing?
I'm sorry?
CIA sheet thing and just, you know, I'm not feeling it. I don't like these people. They don't like me. They're trying to harass me with this stuff. I want nothing to do with them. I don't want to ever see them again, ever. So that
Okay.
can never be a thing again, ever.
All right, well, what I'm going to do is order that you can't have any contact with them right now anyway. So that's perfect. All right, so if you qualify for mental health pretrial release, you'll be released on that. No contact with the victims, no weapons, firearms, or ammunition, and you must comply with any plan that's set in place by mental health pretrial release. If you don't qualify for that, your bond will be $5,000 on count one and $100 on count two with all the same conditions. Do you understand?
Kinda, I just wanted the CIA sheet thing.
All right, you're going to need to talk to your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Griffin, thank you.
What does that mean? What is he requesting, a CI?
I don't really know, but I believe what we're witnessing is some of the mental health issue coming out, and that's not surprising. We see that a lot here. And so I just wanted to let you know that what I ordered for him is if he qualifies for the mental health pretrial release, he won't have to post a monetary bond, he'll be released. But at this time, he can't have any contact with you. So the program will help him, but you won't be able to at this time.
I understand.
But Judge Leach can change that.
No, I understand. I'm just incredibly worried about him.
I know, I'm so sorry.
He's very delusional, and his thought patterns and what he believes is delusional. And as of yesterday, he was asking to be killed by the police or put down.
I know, I read that. I was very concerned by that myself. So that's why we're doing this. I hope he qualifies for that program because that will give him some of the help he needs. Otherwise, I don't have jurisdiction to do that.
Okay.
So take all of this back to Judge Leach, and this is all being recorded. She can listen to this if she needs to for her hearing.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Good luck.
Thank you.
Raheem Perry.
22 MM 4876. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Did you wish to be heard, Ms. George?
No, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. Your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. You can't possess a weapon, a firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck.
Ross, Yolanda.
22 MM 307, you're here charged with battery. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
22 MM 4884. Wait, is it two cases and 4885?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're here charged with battery and battery domestic violence. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
No, Your Honor.
There is probable cause. Your bond will be $500 in each case. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victims or any witnesses in the cases. You cannot possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck.
Carl Stewart.
Give me one moment. 22 MM 4893. You're here charged with violation of a domestic violence injunction. While you're in the courtroom, I need you to look at me or that wall. Do not look at the witness. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Do you wish to testify?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Marguerite Nesbitt Stewart, Stewart.
Thank you. State, do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stewart.
Good morning.
How do you know the defendant?
He's my son.
Do you live together?
No, we don't.
Do you have an injunction against him?
No, I don't.
What?
It's what it
May I
says in the
continue?
affidavit.
I'm sorry?
It is what it says in the affidavit, that she thought that the injunction was expired, and so did he, but it says it's still active. That's why.
I'm sorry.
Just a moment, ma'am, let me,
Okay.
go ahead, Ms. Eugene.
While this case is pending, would you like to have any contact with him?
Yes. May I say something?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yes. I filed an injunction, I think, in 2010. I went online yesterday and pulled a copy of some of the reports. And when I filed it, I was under the impression that it was a temporary one-year injunction. And so we thought it was over years ago. I printed this out from the Duval County Court online system, and it says that it was a temporary injunction. So that's why we're so surprised and shocked that we're here today. We thought it was a 1 year, and if I wanted to extend it, I could go back to court. But, so we were shocked that it was still in effect. I visited and stayed with him in Savannah for weekends. We were just coming back from Europe, where we spent a wonderful few days and then came back to this shock. So I have a copy of what I printed out from the Duval County online resource e-portal that says it was a temporary injunction.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, any questions, Ms. George?
I was gonna see if we could see the actual.
It's in Duval County. I mean, you can see what she printed out, but I don't have any special access to that. We can go to the website.
I just wanted to see if it had an expiration.
Would you like to see this, Your Honor? We can approach?
No, you can look at it.
No, Your Honor, I have no question.
Here's where I am, I think, legally. According to the probable cause affidavit, there is probable cause for this offense. Now, what probable cause means is there's cause to believe he probably did something. That's what I have in front of me. That's probable cause. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying the state's gonna pursue it. But I don't have the actual injunction because it's from a different county. So I'm gonna go right now to the Duval County Clerk of Courts and see what I can print or read, but I don't know that I have, because it's a different county, we don't have access to that. So I think what's going to happen is the state of Florida is going to have to figure out if they're going to charge this offense. And of course, if there is no active injunction, they won't charge it. But I don't think I can change it today because there is probable cause at this point.
Okay, and I understand that. Like I said, we both thought it was a temporary 1-year thing. And when I printed out from their portal, it says it's temporary, but I could not get access to the actual order online.
Right, so because the people who work in this courtroom are amazing, she's already pulled it up, and it looks like the information from Duval County says that it's a non-expiring injunction. There is no expiration date. So it is still an active injunction.
Well, that's I'm just really shocked. I thought it was a 1-year temporary one, and they said I could extend it if I wanted to. So it's been a long time, so
No,
maybe I don't
so
remember.
it says per the judgment, it's in full force and effect until further order of the court. So unless a court ends it, you don't get to end it, and it doesn't have an end date. So a court is going to have to end this.
I just didn't understand that.
I understand. I believe you, and I appreciate that you're telling the truth, and you said you've been having contact with him because you thought it was expired and thought he was doing nothing wrong. So I appreciate that you're telling me the truth. I'm going to give him bond, but it says that he has an active injunction and he can't have any contact with you. So I'm not gonna change that today. I'm going to say no contact with you because there's another court that's already issued a no contact. So you're gonna have to go back to Duval County and get the judge to change this.
Okay, may I ask one other question?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was expecting to take him to get his car to go drive back to Savannah. I can't do that?
There's an active injunction from another court.
Okay.
Is that a circuit court? Yeah, that's a circuit court.
Another violation. I don't
Yeah. If you drive him to Savannah and you
No,
were to get stopped
Yeah.
or flagged,
to
whatever
a
you do,
different car, yeah. to-
he'll get arrested
yes, yeah.
again. Because I can't change this. So I'm telling him that's there and he shouldn't have contact with you if he chooses to do that, and he could get arrested again. I can't change it. I understand this is not what you thought, and I'm sorry that it's this way, but there's nothing I can do here to change this today.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, the only thing that I would ask, in this case is that you consider setting a $100 bond. They're not from here, but as you can see, they're not, she's not afraid of him, and I just think the situation has to be worked out in the court.
I'll grant that. I'll set a $100 bond. It does not appear that this is what we normally see. And again, I appreciate you being honest with the court. It does seem like a really unusual circumstance. $100 bond. I mean, I could not order no contact in my case, but this is still there.
Right.
I'll order peaceful contact in my case. So if he gets caught having contact with her, it won't violate this case, but it'll violate that one. So you understand? That's still in place. I can't change it.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. And I do have to still order no weapons, Mr. Stewart. Stewart? You understand that? Because of the charge, I have to order that you don't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You don't have any. You have to surrender them to law enforcement. Because you can't. And I'm not asking you to say anything except, your attorney can probably advise you that if you have any of those things, it's a direct violation of this, which could land you in prison, or at least jail. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Good luck, and
for
if I
what
were
you
you,
do.
I'd go right back to Duval County.
Yeah, I will.
Surrender, you want her on here or no?
Nah, that's for Duval County.
Do you have this warrant? Because I can't see anything.
First name is Willie, last name Willis.
What? What's your name?
First name Willie, last name
For
Willis.
this case.
22 MM 4869, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. A warrant was issued for your arrest. Another judge has already found probable cause in this case.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can you see the warrant? I don't have any information on the warrant. There is an indication that there's a warrant, but there's no facts listed that I can see. I don't see any type of facts, anything listed other than there's a warrant that was signed, but we have no information.
I don't have the affidavit in the court file, but I have the warrant.
So, Your Honor, I would ask that the state be given 24 hours to actually provide the actual warrant in this case. Because in order to,
I have the warrant. I don't have the affidavit.
the affidavit to issue the warrant. It shows here that there's an affidavit to issue the warrant. There's no, however, it's not showing anything.
But another judge has already found probable cause.
I understand, Your Honor, however, argument is that probable cause is an ongoing issue. In order to fully advocate and represent for our client, we are entitled to the facts of the case. And here we have no facts, just an arrest affidavit stating there is in fact a warrant.
Do you have a warrant? Well,
And I can,
the warrant is there. You don't have the affidavit.
correct, Your Honor. And can we approach on this one?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
easier.
All right, I'll give the state 24 hours to do that. I am going to still address the case, however, so that your client has bond today, because he's
Yes.
currently being held at no bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yeah.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck, sir.
Ma'am, also too, will I be able to go back to the resident because he doesn't live with me?
I'll give you a one-time return.
But I mean, he doesn't live, that's,
Okay, so what I'm ordering is that you maintain a separate residence. I can't order the victim to go anywhere, so you can't live with the victim. But if the victim doesn't live there, you can live there.
right, because, okay, that's what I want.
Yeah, so talk to your attorney about that to make sure you're safe.
Okay.
But I'm not saying you can't live there. It's not with the victim. Yeah, let's bring the victim in. What's the case, the defendant's name?
Robinson, and Natasha?
This is the one where she.
Oh, that was.
Good morning, please tell me your name.
Satrina Tia Melendez.
All right, ma'am, you're here in reference to the state of Florida versus Ms. Robinson. I addressed that case earlier this morning. Can you tell me what I ordered? Can I have that? I set bond at $2,000, ordered the defendant to have no contact with the victim or any witnesses, cannot return to the scene of the offense, cannot possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Did you wish to be heard?
I do wish to.
All right, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Good morning, ma'am. How do you know the defendant?
It is my biological daughter.
Do you live together?
I would have to legally say yes.
But in actuality?
In actuality, the problem is that she's 21 and I'm trying to wing her off of me. So I'm trying to place her in a home, but I'm not able to do that because she's so mentally ill that she can't even live by herself.
If it would not be abusing her privacy, do you know what her mental health diagnosis is?
I do. She's schizophrenic. She also has schizoaffective disorder.
Is she treating with a doctor?
She is, and I don't even know how she went to jail because there was no domestic violence issue. The police was called for a Baker Act. Hours after she misbehaved at a gas station, the police was called from home hours after she misbehaved at a gas station. While we were at the gas station, I cleaned up what she did. She threw coffee and creamer and straws and sugar. I cleaned it up. I paid for all the damage. I paid for every item. I apologized to the corner store. I went home to calm her down, give her her medicine. She was still manic. So I called the police for a Baker Act. And when they came, they said that because she misbehaved at the store and she threw coffee creamer, she was going to go to jail for domestic violence against me. I got on my hands and knees and pleaded, gave them her medical records, her papers, her everything, her medicine. The cop that was there, Danielle Torres, said that my daughter was manic because they sent out a supervisor and somebody else to assess my daughter. And they said, she's manic. On camera, she's manic. And they were pleading why she wasn't going to Aspire. And then I found out why my daughter went to Aspire. My daughter went to jail and not to the mental clinic because one of the officers had an issue with my daughter. So he opted for her to go to jail. But why is she here? I don't know. She didn't assault me. She didn't hit me. She didn't kick me. She didn't bite me. And you can't take somebody to jail from another location 4 hours later because they threw coffee creamer and sugar in the store. The store did not press charges. There's no victim. I even went to Internal Affairs yesterday and put in a report. Because how did my daughter go to jail? My daughter was called for a Baker Act to go to Aspire. My daughter has a Dr. Duque, who has a bed placement with her going to state. Also, my daughter has a judge, Judge Marquise, here for mental health. And Judge Marquise said in court that if my daughter returned to Aspire, she would go to state for 4 weeks to 6 months. I begged and pleaded to police not to take her to jail. There was no reason. I understand the report probably says it's probable cause, but there is no probable cause. I'm not a victim. The police did not witness her strike me, kick me, bite me, spit on me, or do anything to me. She threw coffee, creamer, and straws and was destructive in the store. She was not arrested for public indecency. She was not arrested for disturbing the peace. She was arrested for battering me. There was no battery. And I went back and forth. I even had to call a supervisor and someone with mental health. And the officer did come. Her name is Danielle Torres. And she told the sergeant that was there and the other officer that was there, listen, here's her medical records. Here's the situation. I've assessed her as manic. And they still took her to jail. But they did tell me this. Oh, once she gets to 33rd, they have medical resources. They're going to send her to Aspire from 33rd. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do anything for my daughter in her best interest. No disrespect to the court, but my daughter did nothing at 1129 West South Street where the police was called on a 911 call for Baker Act and mental health. The occurrence was at a gas station hours earlier, and all she did was throw coffee creamer, straws, and materials.
Ms. Melendez, I can tell you that I reviewed the probable cause affidavit.
Yeah, how did I
The
become a victim?
reason your daughter was arrested, the probable cause for the domestic battery is that law enforcement reviewed video surveillance footage provided by the staff of 7-Eleven. In the video, law enforcement observed your daughter hitting and spitting on you
Never.
and hitting you in the head.
Never.
Okay, I can tell you what's in the probable cause affidavit. A law enforcement officer swore that he or she watched that on a video.
No.
So I have to evaluate probable cause based on the affidavit that I have. This affidavit says there's video surveillance of your daughter abusing you.
I respect.
That's the battery domestic violence.
Right, and I respect what you're saying. No disrespect. No disrespect. Hear what I'm saying to the court, because you seem like an understanding and sympathetic judge. If I stood here and I spit at you, my projectile couldn't reach you. The same as my daughter. She's manic. Did she spit? Yes. But her projectile couldn't reach me. You can't arrest my daughter because she spit at me and didn't hit me.
They can. So the probable cause is, I understand what you're saying, but probable cause is cause to believe someone probably did something. This is not beyond all reasonable doubt. I'm not saying your daughter is guilty. I'm just telling you why they arrested her. And at this stage, the only thing we're evaluating is probable cause. Now, the state of Florida has to make a decision whether they're going to actually prosecute this case. And because you're the victim and I hear everything you're saying, it's all being recorded, you've been giving testimony under oath, I'm sure the state of Florida is very interested in what you have to say. But at this stage, the only thing we're dealing with is probable cause.
May I have contact, please? I'm the only person my daughter has. My daughter didn't abuse me. I'm a big girl. I'm a tough girl. I'm not gonna let my daughter do nothing to me. I'm trying to get my daughter into a mental health clinic, Aspire.
Yes, ma'am. I can change that. I'll tell you why I ordered no contact. In a domestic violence situation, unless the victim comes here and speaks to me and I lay eyes on the victim, I'm not allowed to give them contact.
Right.
There's a statute that says that.
Okay.
But because you're here and you're asking, and I believe what you're telling me, and you do seem like you can take care of yourself, you also seem like a mother who loves her child and is trying to help her, I will change my ruling. I'll allow her to have peaceful contact with you.
Can you order her, it's only a misdemeanor, like, it's a misdemeanor. Can you order her back to Aspire, to her doctors? And that's why
I don't have jurisdiction to do that.
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I went back and forth with the police. My daughter was supposed to go on a Baker Act to the facility. They told me, the police told me, y'all were going Baker Act here.
Wait, Ms. Melendez, did you just say that she's under the care of a doctor?
Absolutely, and she's supposed to go to state. She has a bed in state.
Hold on.
She's supposed to be going to Aspire.
I can order her to comply with any orders by a prescribing physician. That I have jurisdiction to order. So I will allow her to have peaceful contact with you, and she has to comply with whatever her doctor's ordering. So if her doctor at Aspire orders her to do something, like go to Aspire, I can order that. But I can't order her into the facility. I don't have jurisdiction.
Right, so if I'm pretty sure she'll get bail. It's only a misdemeanor. We can release her.
Well, I set it really high. Do you remember why I did that?
$2,100, because I wasn't here and y'all didn't know the full story. Please help me. I don't want my daughter free on the streets. I want her to go straight to Aspire, which is where she was supposed to go in the first place.
So I think it was because there's a prior incident, Your Honor. However, based on the testimony and the facts in the case, I would have no objection if the court wanted to use its discretion to lower the bond.
All right, I'm going to lower the bond then.
I just want to release my daughter, not to me, not to the house.
Right.
Straight to Aspire.
But I can't do that. I don't have the jurisdiction.
And take her straight to the hospital.
I can't order that.
I respect that.
But
if you
call
make
Aspire.
it so low that when he gets her, he's going to take her straight to Aspire. She won't walk the streets.
That's what I'll do. I'll set the bond at $500. So I'm reducing that bond amount. And then if you guys can get her in, you call Aspire. If you guys can get her in there, they can take her.
The bail bond's going to take her straight there.
I can't make that happen. So I think that's the best I can do.
You're the best. And I appreciate your sympathy. And I also want to say something which don't have nothing to do with nothing, but I want to say thank you for being a forward-thinking woman and judge.
Thank you.
That speaks volumes to your character.
Listen, I hear your mother's heart. I wish I had more power, but I just don't. There's only so much I can do. So I hope this works out. If I were you, I'd go Get started working on that now, because she should be released probably today.
Okay,
Good luck, ma'am.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I understand you're doing your job, thank you. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This one right here, pretty girl right here, let me tell you something, I love you, but I'll go to hell when my daughter go to jail.
I get it. I do.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck, ma'am.
Your Honor, before we move on, in case number 2022 MM486980, Willis, the case I requested 24 hours, it did pop up right now, the affidavit.
Okay.
So I will, I just asked that it not be reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Can you change that? Thank you.
Jimmy Christian. Jimmy Christian.
You're here in 22 CT 26623, a warrant out of Brevard County on driving while suspended. Your bond is $250.
Now, I called on the 18th of my court date. I went down to, the Orange County Clerk of Court, because I told them that I'm homeless. I was robbed. My car was stolen. I have the police report, everything for that. And
This is in Brevard.
yes, ma'am, I know. But I called them from the public defender's office, and Miss Rose gave me her card, and the court, like, they were supposed to call her back because they were supposed to give me a virtual.
I can't change it because it's out of another county, but here's what I'll do. I'll appoint the public defender's office in this case. I'm sorry, Ms. George.
No, you're okay.
But it's an unusual case. You have a bond. If you're able to post it, you can bond out.
I can't, ma'am.
I understand. Or Brevard County will come and get you, but I cannot change a Brevard County warrant. I don't have the jurisdiction to do that. So talk to the public defender's office again. Maybe they can help you.
That's all we can do.
But 250,
50, yeah.
yes, ma'am.
I can't legally change it. That's what I'm telling you. I don't have the jurisdiction.
So I can't even get a ROR?
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Not legally change it. She can't change it. You're gonna have to call.
You have to go in front of Brevard County.
But I called them, ma'am. They have my voice recording, everything.
I understand what you're telling me. What I'm telling you is I'm legally unable to change it. Good luck, sir.
Lucius, what?
22 CT 1697, you're here for a warrant in Osceola County on a driving while license suspended. Your bond is $5,000. We'll notify Osceola County that you're here, or you can bond out if you're able to post that.
Okay, is there a way to reduce the bond?
I can't. Osceola County has to. Good luck.
Harold McCallum.
2018-102981. You have a warrant out of Volusia County on a violation of probation. There is no bond authorized on that. We'll notify Volusia County that you're here. Good luck.
No action.
No action.
Jonathan Morris.
18 CF 3452, you have a warrant out of Seminole County on a violation of probation. There's no bond authorized, and we'll notify them that you're here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you're low.
Joshua Boyd.
You're here in 19 CF 2042 on a violation of probation. The warrant alleges that you were arrested on new charges of battery, fleeing and eluding, DUI, resisting without violence. At this time, there's no bond authorized, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Good luck.
Chris Sherrill.
19 CF 12476. A warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation, alleging that you possessed marijuana and were resisting without violence. There's no bond authorized. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck.
Darius, sir. sir.
19 CF 4775, a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation by committing the offense of reckless driving. There's no bond authorized, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Jose Perez.
21 MM 6945, a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation by absconding, failing to pay, and having contact where prohibited. Your bond is $5,000. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck.
Leandro Recio Bautista.
22 MM 2715, you're here because a warrant was issued for your arrest for violating your probation. There's no bond authorized. The allegation is you did not comply with the instructions as provided. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good luck. I'm ready when you are. I have Siders first.
Yes, Your Honor. William Siders, 22 CF 4737, denied. Information was filed. There are two others. Do you want me to take them out of order or just go in the order that I have them in? Two others for Siders is what I'm saying.
No, go in the same order because I don't have those two.
Okay. 22 Brittany Campbell, 22 MM 4071, denied. Information was filed. Daniel Thomas, 22 CF 7101, denied. Information was filed. Mark Muniz, 22 CF 7068, granted. Notice of non-filing. William Siders, 22 CF 7081, denied. Information was filed. William Siders, 22 CF 7080, denied. Information was filed. Heidi Davis, 22 CF 6329, granted. Notice of non-filing. Raymond Calderon, 22 CF 7166, granted. Notice of non-filing. Dwayne Weber, 22 CF 7121, denied. Information was filed. DeMonta Clark, 22 CF 7102. The motion is timely. However, the 33rd day is not until tomorrow, Your Honor.
The order says the defendant shall be released if not filed by the end of the 33rd day, which is the 22nd.
Okay.
So I can grant it, and they won't be released until tomorrow. But then if you guys file it, I'm gonna make sure the jail knows.
I'm okay with having it just reheard tomorrow if that's easier for you, Your Honor.
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
I just want to make sure the state understands, like, you got to get it to the jail if you're going to file it, because otherwise she'll be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
If there is no objection from defense, Your Honor, can we just roll it until tomorrow?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. The last I have then is Matteo Nistali, 22 CF 7064, denied. Information was filed.
Court is in recess.
We can. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. Thank you.
Whoa.
I'll do it. I can sit up here and give it to you. I
You are here for an initial appearance after detention. The rules of criminal procedure require that you be brought before a judicial officer within 24 hours of your arrest. The purpose of the initial appearance is to have a judge list the charges against you, inform you of certain rights that you have, and to determine the conditions of your release. You should have already received a copy of these charges. The judge will review your paperwork to determine if there was probable cause to arrest you. If the judge finds probable cause, he or she will then determine if you qualify for bond and what the monetary and non-monetary conditions of your bond should be. If the judge does not have enough information to make a probable cause determination for your arrest, the state may be given additional time to amend the paperwork. You should also be aware of the following rights afforded to you by the Constitution. You are not required to say anything at this proceeding. Anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to communicate with counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, you will be provided a reasonable means to do so. You have the right to counsel. If you have not already retained counsel and cannot afford counsel, the judge will appoint you a public defender. For the purposes of today's initial appearance proceedings, you may be able to briefly speak with a public defender regardless of whether the public defender is appointed for you. In order to have an attorney appointed by the court to represent you, you must be financially eligible, as determined by the court based on financial information you provide. Therefore, if you have not already done so, please complete, to the best of your knowledge, the financial affidavits provided by the correction officers. An application fee for the services of appointed counsel will be assessed. If you do not speak English or Spanish, please let a corrections officer know. When the judge is ready, she or he will begin calling your case by name. Please listen carefully for your name. When called, please approach the microphone as directed by the corrections officers. Thank you.
Usted se encuentra aquí para una audiencia o vista preliminaria, después de haber sido arrestado. Las leyes y estatutos criminales del estado de la Florida requieren que se celebre una vista preliminaria ante un oficial judicial dentro de un plazo de 24 horas después de su arresto. El propósito de esta vista preliminaria es para que el juez pronuncie los cargos contra usted, para que se le comunique a usted sus derechos procesales y para determinar las condiciones de su libertad o fianza. Ya usted debería haber recibido una copia de estas alegaciones o acusaciones por escrito. Ahora, el juez revisará la documentación en su caso para determinar si existe motivo fundado o causa probable para su arresto y detención. Si el juez determina que existe causa probable o motivo fundado, entonces decidirá si usted califica para que se le otorgue una fianza, tanto como cuáles serían las condiciones monetarias o no monetarias de dicha fianza. Si el juez no posee suficiente información para determinar si existe causa probable o motivo fundado para justificar el arresto, se le concederá a la Fiscalía tiempo adicional para modificar la documentación. También se les avisa que posee los siguientes derechos que se les otorgan por la Constitución. A usted no se le puede obligar a decir nada durante esta vista. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá ser utilizada en su contra como evidencia. Usted tiene el derecho de comunicarse con un abogado, pariente o amigo, y si es necesario, que se les proporcione los medios razonables y disponibles para hacerlo. Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Si todavía no ha encontrado o contratado un abogado y no tiene los recursos para hacerlos, entonces el juez le nombrará un defensor público. Para el propósito de la audiencia preliminaria de hoy, se le permitirá hablar brevemente con un abogado de la oficina del defensor público, aun cuando no se le haya nombrado para representarle en todo el caso. Para poder recibir la designación de un abogado, primero debe calificar económicamente según lo determine el juez. Esto será basado en la información financiera que usted proporcione aquí, Por lo tanto, si no lo ha hecho todavía, de la mejor manera posible, por favor, llene el formulario de insolvencia económica que se le ha proporcionado por el oficial de correcciones. Se le impondrá un recargo o costo por los servicios del defensor público. Si usted no habla inglés, por favor, hágale saber al oficial de correcciones. Cuando esté listo, el juez comenzará el proceso llamando a cada una persona y caso por su nombre. Por favor, esté pendiente para pasar adelante cuando escuche su nombre y cuando escuche su nombre, haga el favor de acercarse al micrófono tal como le indique el oficial de correcciones. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me and see me over there at the jail?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, we can.
Hey, there's a face I haven't seen in a while.
How's it going?
It's going well, thank you. I hope you and your family are well as well. It's a lot of wells in those statements.
I hope you and yours are good too.
Thank you. All right, so good afternoon to everybody. I'm Judge Unsavage. We're going to go ahead and start with the first appearances. When I call your name, like the video just said, please come on up to the microphone. It's the one over there closest to the wall. I'm going to tell you the reason why you've been detained, whether or not there's probable cause, and the conditions of your release, if any. If we know your next court dates, we'll tell you what they are. You will also get notice of them. You'll get them written down. But in case you hear the words on demand, that just means that the date hasn't been scheduled yet. Please keep in touch with your lawyer or the clerk's office so that you don't miss your next court dates. If you're still in custody for whatever reason, then we'll get you transported. But it's real important that you appear for all your court dates. Appearances from the state.
You're down there for the state, Judge.
Another person I know. Hello, hello. How are you?
Fantastic.
Nice to see you. From the public defenders.
Mary Jane Cooper on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank you. And from pretrial release.
Jonathan Marino.
Another face I know. Welcome back. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and start. We've got the Spanish. Let me call for the interpreter. Juan Camacho.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good afternoon. It's Judge Unsavage. I'm doing first appearances. Can you help us?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I believe I have three people who have been identified so far as needing Spanish. The first one is Juan Antonio Camacho Moreno, 22 CF 2102. Can you ask him, please, if he can hear you?
Señor, ¿me escucha? Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo. Juan Camacho Moreno.
Mr. Camacho, you were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of paraphernalia.
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por tenencia de cocaína y de instrumentos para el uso de drogas.
There is probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
PTR?
Yes, Your Honor. He has history dating back to 2017.
Remember to pause periodically so she could translate.
Yeah.
Al Departamento de Libertad Provisional sí tiene un antecedente del 2017.
Most of which have been trespassing violations, loitering, 2 FTAs in 2021 and in 2022.
La mayoría de estas acusaciones son de entrada ilícita y tiene también faltas de comparecencia del 2021 y 2022.
Now, the risk assessment sheet that I have says he scores high, but also qualifies for direct PTR.
Bueno, la hoja de evaluación de riesgo que yo tengo dice que tiene una puntuación alta, pero que sí cumple con los requisitos para la libertad provisional.
Which to me, those two things seem to be counterintuitive, but...
Yeah.
Y para mí estas dos son contradictorias.
But that's the risk assessment we have.
Pero esa es la evaluación de riesgo que tenemos.
Mr. Camacho, how long have you been in Kissimmee?
Señor Camacho, ¿cuánto tiempo lleva usted en Kissimmee? Approximately 2 years.
Do you have any family here?
¿Usted tiene familia aquí? No.
Do you work?
¿Usted trabaja? No.
What income do you receive?
¿Y qué ingreso recibe usted? Nothing.
So the court is going to release him PTR
Muy bien, así que entonces se le concede libertad bajo el programa de libertad provisional.
with random drug testing
Se le harán pruebas de drogas aleatorias
and weekly check-in.
y tendrá que reportarse semanal.
It doesn't have to be in person as long as you can confirm that it's him.
No tiene que ser en persona siempre y cuando se pueda confirmar que es él.
But I want him to touch base with PTR every week until the case is resolved.
Pero quiero que él se comunique con el programa de libertad provisional semanalmente hasta que se resuelva el caso.
Mr. Camacho, you are not allowed to possess or consume any illegal substances.
Señor Camacho, a usted le queda prohibido la tenencia y el consumo de sustancias ilegales.
And you can only take any prescribed medications as they are prescribed.
Y solamente podrá tomar medicamentos que le hayan sido recetados y de la manera en que le fueron recetados.
Do you want me to leave the public defender representing you?
Señor, ¿usted desea conservar a la abogada de oficio como su representante legal? Yes.
PD will be appointed, as the clerk said, qualified, and next court date will be on demand.
Your Honor.
Se mantiene el abogado de oficio en la representación legal porque la señora secretaria de sala ha dicho que cumple con los requisitos y la fecha de la próxima audiencia se determinará más adelante.
Yes, PTR.
Will the drug testing be for drug and alcohol or just drug?
Su señoría, las pruebas de drogas van a ser de drogas y alcohol o de drogas solamente.
I don't believe I read in the booking report that alcohol was a factor, although it did say the drugs.
Bueno, del documento acusatorio no surge que haya habido algún incidente relacionado al alcohol, pero sí menciona las drogas.
Unless you have some sort of a gauge to see how high his alcohol content is, then no, it's just drugs.
A menos de que ustedes tengan alguna manera de verificar el nivel de alcoholemia en la sangre, será solamente de drogas.
But obviously, if you drink too much, you could possibly make really poor decisions which will then revoke your PTR.
Pero señor, si usted toma alcohol, podrá luego, como consecuencia, tomar unas decisiones muy malas que harían que se le revoque la libertad provisional.
Thank you, good luck.
Gracias y buena suerte.
The next one is John Doe 3202, also possibly known as Alan Lopez. 22 CT 2381.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo. Alan López Márquez.
I'm going to ask a question to pretrial release.
Le voy a hacer ahora una pregunta al programa de libertad provisional.
Were we able to confirm that he is Alan Lopez Marquez?
¿Se pudo confirmar que él en efecto es Alan López Márquez?
Correct, Your Honor. His fingerprints came back with an FBI number which tied to his name.
Sí, su señoría, el resultado de las huellas digitales, él le hace que concuerdan con un número de la base de datos del FBI que confirma que su nombre es Alan López.
Great. So, Mr. Lopez, you were arrested for operating a vehicle without a valid license.
Señor López, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por conducir un vehículo de motor sin licencia válida.
There's a probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
Any other history under that name, PTR?
Al programa de libertad provisional le pregunto, ¿tiene antecedentes bajo este nombre?
No, Your Honor.
No, su señoría.
Mr. Lopez, how long have you been in Orlando?
Señor López, ¿cuánto tiempo lleva usted en Orlando? 8 months.
Do you have family here?
¿Tiene usted familia aquí? No.
You work?
¿Usted trabaja? Yes.
Where do you work?
¿Dónde trabaja? I install tiles, ceramic tiles.
Okay. PTR says you don't qualify for pretrial release because of your immigration status.
El programa de libertad provisional nos informa que usted no cumple con los requisitos de este programa por su estado migratorio.
So your bond will be set at $500.
Así que la fianza son $500.
Do not drive without a valid license.
Señor, no conduzca sin licencia válida.
Do you want the public defender to represent you?
¿Desea usted que el abogado de oficio le represente? Yes.
All right, PD was pre-approved.
Muy bien, ya se había aprobado al abogado de oficio.
Next court date,
Next court date is still in jail, July 28th. If out, August 10th in courtroom 4A at 8:15 a.m.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia será el 28 de julio si permanece aún en la cárcel, sino el 10 de agosto a las 8:15 de la mañana en la sala 4A.
thank you. Yes.
Su señoría, ¿podría usted atender la posibilidad de que se le conceda caución juratoria debido al hecho de que como él no tiene familia aquí en Florida, no podrá prestar la fianza a través de un fiador, teniendo entonces que pagar la cantidad completa? En la alternativa, que se le conceda una fianza menor, como por ejemplo de $100, y esto debido a la naturaleza de la acusación.
The fact that he doesn't have family doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't have the ability to have somebody help him post his bond.
Bueno, el hecho de que él no tenga familia aquí no necesariamente quiere decir que no pueda conseguir a alguien que le ayude a prestar la fianza.
He testified that he does have a job, so I would assume he has an employer.
Él dijo aquí que tenía trabajo, así que yo presumo que tiene un jefe.
He's been here 8 months.
Lleva aquí 8 meses.
So at this time, the request would be denied without prejudice.
Así que entonces en este momento la solicitud se deniega sin perjuicio.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Andrés Franco Pagan.
PD appointed.
PD approved, right? Good afternoon, please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre completo es Andrés Franco Pagan.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrés Franco Pagan.
Mr. Franco Pagan, you were arrested for domestic violence battery.
Señor Franco Pagan, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por agresión física por violencia doméstica.
There is probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
PTR, any history?
Al programa de libertad provisional le pregunto, ¿tiene el antecedentes?
Yes, Your Honor. He did have a resisting without violence in 2016, which was dropped.
Sí, su señoría, él se le acusó en el 2016 de desobedecer a las autoridades. Esa acusación fue retirada.
That's all.
Y eso es todo.
Based on what I've read in the affidavit and now getting the sheet from PTR and the info from PTR, the court's going to set bond at $1,500 plus. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Según lo que leí en el documento acusatorio y según la información provista por el departamento, por el programa de libertad provisional, se concede fianza en la cantidad de $1,500.
With pretrial release supervision.
Y esto con supervisión del programa de libertad provisional.
No contact with the victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la víctima.
No return.
Se le prohíbe regresar.
No weapons or firearms.
Y se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Yes, Mr. Donnelly?
There is a victim present who may want to be heard in this case if Your Honor would allow.
Do you want to inquire if that person wants to be heard before I put him or her on the record?
Su señoría, hay una víctima presente que podría ser que desee declarar. Por favor, pregúntele si desea declarar antes de que la haga constar en actas.
So the person wants to be heard?
Yes, Judge. I spoke with her earlier, and she does want to be heard. She speaks Spanish.
Does she need an interpreter?
Yes, Judge. She speaks limited English.
Okay. Thank you.
Ella desea expresarse. Sí, su señoría, yo hablé con ella anteriormente. Ella desea declarar. Ella habla español. ¿Necesita el intérprete? Sí.
I will let you know that the person, Mr. Franco Pagan, cannot see you because the camera is facing me.
Señora, quiero que usted sepa que el señor Franco Pagan no la puede ver porque las cámaras están de frente a mí.
If you choose that you want to say something, he will be able to hear you.
Si usted desea decir algo, él la va a poder escuchar.
Do you wish to say something?
¿Desea usted decir algo?
Bueno, si lo pueden dejar libre.
Well, if you could set him free.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand?
Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
Jura y promete decir la verdad, lo jura ante Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. Please lower your hand and say your name.
Gracias. Baje la mano y diga su nombre completo, por favor.
Yo, Mayra Denise Olivo Rivera.
Yomaira Denise Olivas Rivera.
And ma'am, you are the person who's listed as the victim in this report, correct?
Y entonces, señora, usted es la persona que surge en este informe como la víctima, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
It is alleged in this report that he hit you, that he put his hands on you without permission in a violent way. Are you aware of that?
En este informe nos indica que él la golpeó, que él le puso las manos encima de manera agresiva. ¿Usted estaba consciente de ello?
Are you aware of that's what this police report says?
¿Usted sabía que eso es lo que dice este informe?
El informe que yo hice no dice eso.
The report that I made does not say that.
Did you report that he hit you?
¿Usted reportó que él la golpeó?
Lo que me puso fue la toalla en el cuello solamente.
The only thing he did was put a towel on my neck.
Solamente. Only put a towel, wrapped a towel around your neck?
O sea, que solamente le puso una toalla alrededor de su cuello.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. What else would you like to say, ma'am? What else would you like me to know?
¿Qué más desea usted que yo sepa, señora?
Más nada, eso sería todo.
Nothing, that would be all.
Bueno, lo quiero libre porque tengo hijos. Es mi esposo. No lo voy a poner los cargos.
Well, I don't want to press charges. I want him free because he is my husband and we have children.
I understand. It's up to the state attorney to decide whether they're going to file charges or not.
Eso lo entiendo, señora, pero es decisión de la fiscalía si se radicará la acusación o no.
Mr. Donnelly, do you have any questions?
Licenciado, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Ma'am, do you want to have contact with your husband while this case is ongoing?
Señora, mientras este caso está abierto, ¿usted desea tener contacto con su esposo?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you want him to return home?
¿Usted desea que él regrese a la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you have any concern for the safety of your children if he returns home?
Si él regresara a la casa, ¿usted tiene alguna preocupación por la seguridad de sus hijos?
No.
No.
Was there any drugs or alcohol related to this incident?
En este incidente, ¿hubo drogas o alcohol involucradas en el mismo?
No.
No.
No further questions, Judge.
No tengo más preguntas, su señoría.
Mr. Franco, do you want the public defenders to represent you?
Señor Franco, ¿usted desea que el abogado de oficio le represente?
No, porque estoy esperando por usted que me dé la finanza para cuando me fíen ir a donde mi abogado porque tengo un buffet de abogado.
No, I'm just waiting for you to set the bond because as soon as you set the bond, I will post it and I will go to my attorneys. I have an attorney.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Muy
you,
bien,
ma'am. You may have a
gracias.
seat.
Gracias, señora. Puede sentarse.
At this time, the court's conditions of release and the bond previously announced will stay. The court is not permitting contact between the parties.
Muy bien, en este momento las condiciones anunciadas previamente permanecen tal cual. Este juzgado ha prohibido el contacto entre las partes.
Mr. Franco will have to maintain a separate residence.
El señor Franco tendrá que vivir en otro lugar.
And he may have a one-time assist order to retrieve his personal belongings if he needs it.
Si de ser necesario, se le permitirá regresar en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
He has declined the public defender because he's seeking private counsel,
Y él ha rechazado el abogado de oficio porque contratará un abogado privado,
which is his right.
a lo cual tiene derecho.
The next court date will be on demand.
La fecha de la próxima audiencia se determinará más adelante.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And that was all for Spanish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes. Those are the only ones that the jail let us know. Can we clarify? Sir, you can have a seat. Thank you.
Señor, puede tomar asiento.
Can we
Gracias.
clarify that they, in fact, don't speak English? There's a difference between I feel more comfortable in Spanish and I don't speak English. Just to double check before I let the interpreter go. Thank you. No weapons or firearms, yeah. Mhm. Tell me what that case number was? Yeah.
22-1637.
Thank you. I already gave it up. What'd you get, Ms. Cooper? Yeah.
I did inquire, Almonte, who's first, he requires the services of a Spanish interpreter. Mora Garcia, who's on the first page, also requires the services, and one more, which is Torres Rosado.
Mora Garcia and Torres Rosado. Got it. So it should be Torres Rosado, no? Yep.
Not towards the bottom.
Alejandro Torres, right? Yep. Okay. All right, so for the interpreter, we have Luis Almonte Vidal, 22 CF 1966, I believe.
PD approved.
There's a victim present in that case as well, Judge.
Thank you.
Be heard.
Does or does not?
Does.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo. Luis Almonte Vidal.
Mr. Almonte, you don't understand English?
Señor Almonte, ¿usted no entiende inglés? Not very well.
Okay, so you were arrested on a warrant.
Usted fue puesto bajo arresto ante una orden de arresto.
The judge who signed the warrant already found probable cause.
El juez que firmó la orden determinó que existen indicios de criminalidad.
I reviewed it as well.
Yo también la repasé.
Count 1 is aggravated battery on a pregnant victim.
El cargo número 1 es agresión física agravada en contra de una persona embarazada, una víctima embarazada.
Count 2 is criminal mischief.
Cargo número 2, daños a la propiedad ajena.
And count 3 is hindering communication with law enforcement.
Y cargo número 3 es impedir la comunicación con las autoridades.
As I said, probable cause was already established for the warrant.
Como dije, ya se habían encontrado indicios de criminalidad para la orden de arresto.
By law, the court is obligated to consider setting a bond on count 1.
Y por ley, este juzgado está obligado a considerar conceder una fianza en el cargo número 1.
PTR, any history?
Al programa de libertad provisional le pregunto, ¿tiene el antecedentes?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2015, he was charged with burglary of a conveyance that was dropped. In 2016, out of Virginia, he was placed on probation for obtaining money by false pretense and identity fraud. That probation got transferred to New York, and he still is on probation.
Sí, su señoría, en el 2015 se le acusó de hurto en un vehículo. Luego, en el 2016, él estaba cumpliendo régimen de libertad vigilada en el estado de Virginia por haber obtenido dinero de manera fraudulenta y también por fraude de identidad. Y ese régimen de libertad vigilada se transfirió a Nueva York. Este régimen, él continúa cumpliendo con él.
Thank you. State, you may present the witness.
A la fiscalía puede presentar al testigo.
Hi there. As I said to the person earlier, well, do you need an interpreter? Yes, she shook her head yes. Okay. As I said to the lady before,
Como le dije a la señora que estuvo antes que usted,
the camera is facing me, so the people at the jail can only see me, they can't see you.
la cámara está de frente a mí, así que las personas que están en la cárcel solamente me pueden ver a mí, no la pueden ver a usted.
If you choose to talk and it's your choice, once you talk, they can hear you.
Si usted decide declarar y eso es su decisión, una vez usted lo haga, ellos la podrán escuchar.
Which is including Mr. Almonte. He'll be able to hear you if you choose to speak.
Esto incluye al señor Almonte, quien le podrá escuchar si usted decide hablar.
Do you want to say anything? Because you don't have to if you don't want to.
¿Desea usted decir algo? Porque no tiene que hacerlo si no quiere.
She's shaking her head yes. Okay, please raise your right hand.
Señora, por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
¿Jura y promete decir la verdad, lo jura ante Dios?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
What's your name?
Nicole Marie Segura.
¿Cuál es su nombre completo? Nicole Marie Segura.
Just speak up a little bit louder for the interpreter, please.
Señora, por favor, hable más alto para que el intérprete la pueda escuchar.
Okay, so Ms. Segura, what do you want me to know?
Muy bien, señora Segura, ¿qué desea usted que yo sepa?
Él no me tocó, no hay marcas en mi cuerpo, él no me tocó, solamente él estaba intentando como que yo no llame a la policía, pero él no me tocó, él no me agredió.
He didn't touch me. There are no signs or marks in my body. He never touched me. He was just trying to avoid that. I was going to call the police, and he was trying to avoid that, but he never touched me.
Are you aware that the police have reported that you said to them that he grabbed you by your arms and began to drag you away from your phone? Are you aware that that's in the police report?
Señora, usted sabe que en el informe policial consta que usted le dijo a la policía que él la agarró por los brazos y que la comenzó a alar para alejarla del teléfono.
Él no me agarró como, o sea, él estaba tratando de quitarme el teléfono, pero no fue que él me agredió, como que me agredió como a puño o algo.
He didn't grab me. He was trying to take the phone away from me, but it wasn't that he was hitting me, like punching me or something like that.
But you think that hitting somebody only means being punched, or grabbing somebody against their will only means being punched?
Así que entonces usted piensa que golpear a una persona contra su voluntad solamente significa que le den un puño o que le golpeen.
Yo no me siento insegura estando cerca de Luis y yo quiero tener comunicación con él porque yo estoy embarazada y a mí me están haciendo preguntas por el historial familiar de él, por el bebé.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to need to clarify something with the witness.
Sure, go ahead.
Señora, ¿usted dijo que se siente segura o insegura?
Segura.
Gracias. I feel safe when I am with Luis, and I want to have communication with him because I am pregnant, and the doctors are asking me about his family medical history.
Okay, but that didn't answer my question.
Okay.
Eso no contestó mi pregunta.
How old are you?
¿Qué edad tiene usted?
26.
26.
How long have you and Mr. Almonte been together?
¿Cuánto tiempo usted y el señor Almonte han estado juntos?
We used to date when we were younger.
You could speak in Spanish.
Okay,
Puede hablar en español.
solíamos salir cuando estábamos pequeños, cuando teníamos 18 años y él tenía 19. Y ahora mismo tenemos 3 meses o 4 meses juntos.
Well, when we were younger, when I was 18 and he was 19 years old, we used to date. And now we have been together for 3 or 4 months.
But you have separate residences, correct? You live in your house and he lives in his house?
Yes.
Pero ustedes no conviven, usted vive en su casa y él vive en la casa de él, ¿correcto?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to say?
¿Algo más que desea usted decir?
No.
Any questions
No.
from the state?
No, Your
¿Alguna
Honor.
pregunta de la fiscalía? No, su señoría.
Mr. Almonte, are you going to need the services of the public defender?
Señor Almonte, ¿usted necesita los servicios del abogado de oficio? Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cooper, would you like to inquire?
Licenciada Cooper, ¿desea usted hacer algunas preguntas? Sí, su señoría, unas preguntas rápido para aclarar.
You may.
Sí.
Señora Segura, ¿usted desea tener contacto con el señor Almonte Vidal?
Sí.
Yes. Si volviese a ocurrir algún tipo de altercado, ¿usted dudaría en llamar al 911?
No dudaría, yo llamaría, pero
No, I wouldn't hesitate. I would call. ¿Usted le teme al señor Almonte Vidal?
no.
No. ¿Cuán adelantado está su embarazo?
Sí, 7 semanas y 6 días.
7 weeks and 6 days. No tengo más preguntas.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat.
Gracias, señora. Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Amonte, bond in count 1 will be set at $1,000.
Señor Almonte, la fianza del cargo número 1, $1,000.
And then bonds in count 2 and 3 will remain as per the warrant.
La fianza de los cargos 2 y 3 permanecen tal cual constan en la orden de arresto.
He doesn't qualify for any PTR supervision because of his out-of-state probation.
Él no cumple con los requisitos de la libertad provisional por el régimen de libertad vigilada que está cumpliendo en otro estado.
PTR, do you know if that's a felony probation?
Le pregunto ahora al programa de libertad provisional, ¿conocen ustedes si este régimen es por un delito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
Will you be in contact with them to let them know that he's in custody?
¿Ustedes se van a poner en contacto con ellos para dejarles saber que él está bajo custodia?
Your Honor, we're not sure as to where in Virginia. All it says is active probation.
Su señoría, nosotros no estamos seguros de dónde en Virginia. Todo lo que dice aquí es que el régimen de libertad vigilada está activo.
So the court is going to order no contact with the listed victim.
Muy bien, entonces se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la víctima.
Don't return to her address.
Se le prohíbe regresar a la dirección de ella.
Do not possess any weapons or firearms.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Public defender has been pre-approved.
Ya se había aprobado al abogado de oficio.
Court date will be on demand.
Y la fecha de la próxima audiencia se anunciará.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Jean Mora Garcia. Good afternoon, please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, diga su nombre completo. Good afternoon, Jan Manuel Mora García.
Mr. Mora, you were arrested for grand theft.
Señor Mora, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por hurto de mayor cuantía.
There is probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
Pre-trial release says you don't qualify for supervision with them because of your immigration status.
Usted no cumple con los requisitos del programa de libertad provisional por su estado migratorio.
PTR, any other history?
Le pregunto ahora al programa de libertad provisional, ¿tiene él algunos antecedentes?
Your Honor, he has no prior history aside from his legal status.
Su señoría, él no tiene antecedentes.
Sir, how long have you... Oh, it actually says you're from New York.
Aquí dice que usted es de Nueva York.
Is that right?
¿Eso es correcto?
Llevo 2 meses en Orlando.
Yes, I've been here in Orlando for 2 months.
Are you staying here or are you going back to New York?
¿Usted se va a quedar aquí o va a regresar a New York?
Yo creo que acá.
I think here.
Oh, okay. So I guess it really doesn't matter too much what I do. I was just handed a paper to show that there's an ICE hold on him.
Bueno, yo creo que no importa mucho lo que yo haga porque me acaban de entregar un documento que dice que hay una orden de retención de inmigración en su contra.
I would have PTR'd him if he qualified, but he doesn't.
Si hubiese cumplido con los requisitos del programa de libertad provisional, se lo hubiese concedido.
So I'm going to let him decide how he wants to handle. I'm going to give him a $100 bond.
Le voy a conceder una fianza de $100.
And no contact with the victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la víctima.
No return to the scene of the alleged theft.
Se le prohíbe regresar a la escena del presunto hurto.
And then I guess he can decide if he wants to post his $100 or if he wants to stay around a little bit and figure out what's going on with immigration.
Y entonces el que decida si desea prestar la fianza de los $100 o si acaso prefiere quedarse un poco más de tiempo en lo que resuelve el asunto con inmigración.
Sir, do you want a public defender?
Señor, ¿usted desea que se le designe un abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
And PD is provisionally appointed, next court date?
On demand. Your Honor, if I may, can we just clarify the no return?
Hold on.
Se designa provisionalmente el abogado de oficio. La fecha de la próxima audiencia se determinará próximamente.
I believe it should be 2300 Wyndham Palms Way.
So-
Make sure that the 2307 address or the
Su señoría, ¿podríamos por favor aclarar la prohibición de regreso que sea al 2300 Windham Palms Way y no al 2304, que es la dirección donde él reside?
I show 2300 as the victim's location.
Aquí yo tengo que la localización de la víctima es 2300.
Yeah, so that, yes.
Windham Palms Way, sí.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
And then Alejandro Torres.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, sir. Please say your name.
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, dígame su nombre completo. Good afternoon, Alejandro Torres Rosado.
Mr. Torres, you were arrested for organized dealing in stolen property.
Señor Torres, usted fue puesto bajo arresto por tráfico organizado de propiedad hurtada,
Violation of the Pawnbrokers Act.
incumplir con la ley de las casas de empeño
And giving false owner information while pawning.
y proveer información falsa de los dueños mientras está usted en la casa de empeño.
And there's probable cause.
Existen indicios de criminalidad.
You don't qualify for PTR because of immigration status.
Usted no cumple con los requisitos del programa de libertad provisional por su estado migratorio.
He handed me the wrong sheet.
Yeah.
That's the wrong one.
Perdón, me entregó la hoja equivocada.
I was like, wow, 2 in a row.
Ya yo decía, no puede ser 2 corridos.
He handed me the wrong sheet. 1 second.
Un momento, por favor.
So there's PTR, any other information?
Al programa de libertad provisional le pregunto, ¿alguna otra información?
No, Your Honor, aside from he's currently already incarcerated.
No, su señoría, aparte por el cargo del cual se encuentra encarcelado.
Sir, how long have you been in Kissimmee?
Señor, ¿cuánto tiempo lleva usted en Kissimmee? 2 years.
Do you work?
¿Usted trabaja? Not right now.
And do you have family here?
¿Usted tiene familia aquí? Yes.
Who's here?
¿Quién está aquí? My wife and my mother.
Why does it say that there's no address for you? It gives no residence.
¿Y por qué aquí no dice que no hay dirección suya? No da una dirección residencial. I gave my address.
Okay. They didn't write one down, they wrote transient.
Es que no escribieron ninguna, escribieron sin techo.
Would that change anything, PTR, if he had an address that you could verify?
No, Your Honor.
Le pregunto ahora al programa de libertad provisional, el saber la dirección de él que ustedes pudiesen verificar, ¿la cambiaría algo, no, su señoría?
Because he already has another open case.
Gotcha.
Porque él tiene ya otro caso abierto.
So bond in count 1 will be set at $1,000.
La fianza del cargo número 1, $1,000.
Count 2 will be $100.
Cargo número 2, $100.
And count 3 will be $1,000.
Y cargo número 3, $1,000.
Do not return to any pawn shop.
Se le prohíbe regresar a cualquier casa de empeño.
And do not have any contact with the listed victim.
Y se le prohíbe tener contacto con la víctima.
Do you want a public defender to represent you?
Señor, ¿usted desea un abogado de oficio para que les represente? Yes.
PD has been provisionally appointed. Next court date.
Se ha designado provisionalmente al abogado de oficio. La fecha de la próxima audiencia se determinará más adelante.
Thank you.
Gracias.
And I think that's
Thank
it
you.
for Spanish, Ms. Cooper, right? Yes. Great. Thank you to the interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Brian Brutus.
PD approved.
Good afternoon. Please say your name. Mr. Brutus, you were arrested on a warrant for domestic battery by strangulation. The judge who signed the warrant found probable cause. I read it as well to be familiar with the allegations. PTR history?
Yes, Your Honor. He has history dating back to 2009 through 2013 for trespassing, possession of counterfeit money, marijuana possession, driving without a valid driver's license, failure to appear. Most recently, in 2020, he had a battery, which was the same victim. Later on that year, he had another battery with the same victim. Both cases were dropped. In 2021, he had a drug possession, a cocaine possession, which were all dropped as well. And he also has out-of-state history out of Kentucky. We did make contact with the victim, who stated she does not live with him and she does not want contact.
Bond will be set at $5,000 with pretrial release supervision, no contact with the victim, no return to her address, no weapons or firearms. Mr. Brutus, do you want the public defender?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you want a public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
PD will remain provisionally appointed. Yes, Ms. Cooper, question?
Your Honor, can we ask for a one-time return to law enforcement so that he can pick up some items that are at her house?
My understanding is that they've separated and that they no longer live together. And so I don't know what he would have at her house. It actually does go into detail about him having a different address altogether. So I don't know what he would have or need at her house.
I'm not quite sure. I do know, though, that they do have a child in common, 4 children, sorry, that they have in common. And so it's possible that there are items there that belong to him. If he could have that return to law enforcement, he advises that he just moved, like it just happened.
I understand. At this time, the court's going to deny the request, but he can file a motion and list out the items that he thinks are there. And then the judge before whom the case is pending can consider whether he should be allowed to return to that address. It says they've been separated 6 years. So I don't know. At least that's what it says here. So he can put his details into a motion and then see where we go from there. So, and the next court date will be on demand. Thank you. You're welcome. Richard Caceres?
There's a victim present. May I inquire with her, Judge?
Sure.
PD appointed, approved.
Good afternoon. Please say your name.
Richard Andrew Caceres.
Thank you. Mr. Caceres, you were arrested on a warrant. The judge who issued the warrant found probable cause. Count 1 is aggravated battery on a pregnant woman, domestic, hindering communication with law enforcement, and domestic violence by battery by strangulation. I have read it so that I could consider setting a bond on the counts that are temporarily at a 0. I am obligated to consider doing that.
The victim would like to be heard, Judge.
Okay. So let me ask PTR before I call up any witnesses, any history that I should be aware of.
Your Honor, in 2011, he was charged with driving without a valid driver's license. From 2011 to 2014, he was charged with one FTA, one marijuana possession, which he was found guilty of, and one battery by strangulation, which was dropped. We were unable to find out if that was the same victim.
Was it here in Osceola?
Judge, I'm looking at it in my system. It is not the same victim.
Okay, thank you. So State, would you like to present the witness?
Yes, Judge, the state would call Sheila Nunez.
Okay. Hello, ma'am. Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, and as I said to some of the other people who were here earlier, the camera's focused on me, so Mr. Caceres over at the jail can only see me, but if you decide you do want to make a statement, he is going to hear what you're saying. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right, is anybody forcing you to make this statement? All right, tell me your whole name.
Sheila Mercedes Nunez.
Okay, Ms. Nunez, you're the person who's listed as the victim in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right, what would you like for me to know?
Well, nothing really happened that day and got physical. It was like a misunderstanding, and like I was told that he called the police, so I called the police kind of back. But we didn't get physical. I don't have any marks. We don't have that problem at all. And I am 8.5 months pregnant. I'm high risk. I've spent every day the last year with him, so if like we could just get rid of this, I just want him home.
Are you aware that in the police report, it says that you told the police that he grabbed you by the throat and pushed you down on the bed? And that you couldn't breathe for a short amount of time? Are you aware that that's what it says in the police report?
Yeah, I had told him, like, I literally remember, like, going, like, no, he didn't, like, and I told him it's because I had the phone in his face, and he didn't, like, he was, like, going back from it, but I told him specifically, like, he didn't, like, push me like that or anything.
You told the police he didn't push you like
Yeah.
that? Okay. So you weren't aware that they wrote in the police report that you reported you were being
I spoke to the officer,
choked?
yeah, I spoke to the officer afterwards, and he said, like, I would be able to clear that up at this point, because it's already been, like, in the report. But I try to call and talk to people, like, I remember specifically saying, like, no, I wasn't grabbed by my neck, and, like,
Okay. And are you aware that the police report says you told the cops that you were trying to call the cops and he was trying to stop you and prevent you from doing that?
yeah, that's when I had let you know that I had the phone in his face, because he was on the phone with his mom, and it was, like, a lot of her yelling threats out and things like that.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly, do you have any questions?
Ms. Nunez, did the defendant, Mr. Caceres, take the phone from you when you were on the call with 911?
He didn't, like, snatch it from me, no.
Were you able to continue talking to 911 after he took the phone?
I just said he didn't take the phone.
So he didn't take the phone at all?
You said he didn't snatch the phone. You didn't say he didn't take the phone.
Okay, no, he didn't take the phone.
Okay. So you had the phone the entire time?
Yeah, I was, like, putting it in his face, and he was, like, trying to get it out his face, because, like, everyone was, like, kind of, like...
Were you able to complete your call with 911?
Yeah, I thought so, but nobody ever came.
You said you're 8.5 months pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been able to see the doctor to make sure that there's been no harm to your baby?
Yeah.
And what did the doctor tell you?
Oh, no, everything's fine. I mean, I didn't think it was, like, that grave. I had an appointment anyway.
Do you know if there were any drugs or alcohol involved in this incident?
No.
And has he ever done anything like this to you before?
No.
Before you came up here, we were talking about the defendant's criminal history. Were you aware he's been previously charged with battery by strangulation?
Yeah.
And do you have any concern for your safety or the safety of your child?
Absolutely not. We've been together for a year since then, and it's, like, no problems. Our kids live together fine. We're together all day.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Caceres, do you want the public defender to represent you?
Yes, please.
All right. Ms. Cooper, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
Yes, please. Ms. Nunez, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that you put the phone in his face?
Yes.
You said that he never took it from you?
No, he was, like, trying to get it out of his face, but he didn't, like, try to stop me from it.
Okay. Okay. Did he leave after that?
He did.
So you testified just a minute ago that he never pushed you down on the bed, is that correct?
It was, like, since I was, like, in his face, he was trying to, like, block it, but no, he didn't, like, grab me or, like, push me down.
Okay. Did you want to have contact with Mr. Caceres?
Yes, of course. We live together. Like I said, our kids are already wondering what's going on. I'm pregnant. I'm high risk.
How many kids do you guys have together?
About to be 2.
About to be 2, or you have 2?
Oh, I'm pregnant, so it's gonna be 2.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, you said kids before. Our kids are wondering where he's at, so that made it
From
sound like you
other-
already have more than one.
From other relationships.
Oh.
Okay, so stepchildren?
Yes, yes.
Ish.
Ish.
Do you have the financial resources to afford the place that you're living at without Mr. Caceres?
No.
Pardon me?
No. No.
Okay. And if anything were to happen, would you have any issue calling law enforcement?
No, I wouldn't.
No further questions.
You actually got arrested for domestic violence in April, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, again, and you,
That's what I was saying.
he alleged you punched him. Is that correct?
I'm not sure everything got dropped.
It got dropped?
Yeah.
Yeah, the state decided not to go forward with the charges, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, no, the state attorney decided not to go forward. People can't choose to drop charges on their own. It's up to the state. But without your testimony, they may not be able to necessarily prove the charges. There's a slight difference. But that's neither here nor there. All right, is there anything else you want me to know, ma'am? All right, you can have a seat. Thank you. Bond in count 1 will be set at $2,000. Bond in count 2 will be stayed as per the warrant. Bond in count 3 will be set at $2,000. No hostile contact, PTR supervision, no weapons or firearms. Do not possess or consume any drugs. Next court date will be on demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Judge,
Sir,
could we go through those bonds one more time? Because I had a different thing for counts 1, 2, and 3.
well, count 1 was set at none per the warrant. I set it at 2,000. Count 2 was 1,500 per the warrant. Count 3 was previously set at none. I set it at 2,000.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
And your count 1 is the aggravated battery on a pregnant woman, right?
Yes, the way they gave it to me was ag bat, hindering communication, and domestic bat strangulation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's just different on the,
I didn't know that. Okay, thank you. Rebecca Cooper. I'm assuming no relation.
no relation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please say your name. Ms. Cooper, you were arrested on a warrant for violation of probation. The judge who signed your warrant actually gave you a bond. It's set at $5,000. Do you need a public defender? Yes. PD will be appointed. Next court date?
Next court date, August 8th at 8:45 a.m. in courtroom 5F.
Thank you.
August 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. It still kind of takes my breath for 2 seconds when I see a warrant signed by Judge Morgan. Ugh. I know. Joshua Franceschi.
The PD is already on this case as of December 9th, 2020.
Good afternoon. Please say your name.
Joshua Franceschi.
Thank you. Mr. Franceschi, you were arrested on a capias for failure to appear. Judge Epperson gave you a bond of $500. You already have the public defender. Your next court date will be
August 2nd in courtroom 5B at 9:30 a.m.
August 2nd. Thank you. Wilson Rivera.
PD appointed. Wrong again.
Good afternoon, sir. Please say your name. Thank you. Mr. Rivera, you were arrested on a warrant for not reporting your address change as required. Let me ask PTR if there's any history besides the one that requires him to register his address.
And Your Honor, we'd be waiving the reading of that.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into any more detail than that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, in 2010, he had the same charge as he's currently here on, and in 1996, the charge that got him on,
And he's out on bond in 22 CF 1832?
yes, Your Honor.
Let me take a look at that.
The
Which is
current,
the same charge.
the current charge occurred on or between 7/18. Therefore, the out on bond case, which occurred on 6/24.
So it's a new allegation, is it?
Yeah, the new allegation will violate what he's currently out
Right.
on bond on.
Okay, so Mr. Rivera, you're out on bond from a case that allegedly started June 24th, same type of charge. The IA judge gave you a $5,000 bond, and I guess you posted it. And so the case from today, the warrant from today, let me just double check the dates, because I don't want to double up the dates.
Yeah.
So the date alleged in the new warrant says, and I won't read the details, that on or between July 18th, 2022, that the defendant did violate this statute. The one that he's out on bond for, the warrant says on or between May 1st to May 31st. So they are two different dates. They're not, it's not a double of the same time period.
Your Honor, one of them would be an address, the other one is a driver's license.
Gotcha. One is an address, one is a driver's license, because the requirement is for both of those things to be updated. All right. So at this time, I'm not going to revoke the bond in 22 CF 1832. However, I am going to set the same $5,000 condition with pretrial release. No, he doesn't qualify for pretrial release because of the other open case, which I didn't know at the time. All right, $5,000, and do not leave the jurisdiction of the court without permission of the court ahead of time. Do you want a public defender?
Yes.
PD will be appointed provisionally. Next court date will be on demand. Thank you. Freddie Wayne Sage. Correct. Freddie sleeping?
PD approved.
No problem. Please state your name. Mr. Sage, you were arrested on a warrant for violation of probation. Judge Epperson set your bond at 0. Do you need the public defender? PD will,
That
excuse
was
me?
my error. On this case, the attorney of record is Brock Shields already.
Oh, a conflict counsel is the attorney of record, so the conflict counsel will remain. They've already, no? How would that be? No, no, no. That was the, right, that's what I said it, and as I'm saying it in my head, I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Brock Shields was conflict counsel on the underlying charge, but now that he's on a violation of probation.
He filed an NOA again.
Did he?
Yes.
Oh, okay. The clerk is saying Mr. Shields filed an NOA.
He filed an NOA on 7/5, and the violation of probation came literally the same day.
He filed it for the violation of probation. Because, I don't know why, because he just did. He filed an NOA.
I'm definitely confused about that. However, Your Honor, Mr. Sage is pending competency.
Okay.
And he has a case that competency is being addressed in front of Judge Young in Division 10A. And I just want to let the court know.
That's fine.
It's for intellectual.
Just let Judge Epperson know, and Judge Epperson is going to have to defer to whatever Judge Young decides. But in the meantime, I'm going to let Judge Young deal with it. The VOP, yeah, I'm looking July 5th. Because there's a motion for post-conviction relief July 1st. And Regional Conflict Counsel he's there, so I'll just leave Mr. Shields on there.
Okay.
All right.
The reason why it reflects that the violation of probation came in on 7/7, Judge Epperson signed it on 7/5.
Right.
Probation gets it first, sends it
Right.
down, and then we get it.
Okay, so next court date, just for purposes of making sure there's something scheduled.
The next court date will be VOP arraignment on July 28th in courtroom 4A at 8:05 a.m.
Thank you. Francisco Santos.
PD approved.
Okay. Good afternoon, please say your name. Thank you. Mr. Santos, do you want a public defender to represent you? All right, PD is provisionally appointed. Sir, you were arrested on a warrant. I'm not asking you about the details of the warrant. What I want to ask you is yes or no, were you made aware of the reason why you were being arrested?
Actually, no. Actually, one of the arresting officers was Sergeant Cardenas. I believe it's some other guy named Regines, Officer Regines. And, I'm from the Salvation Army from a pride charge, and I get put in handcuffs for warrant, and I'm unaware of what the warrant was for,
Do you want me to tell you what it's for?
Your Honor, I have a copy of it I can provide.
Okay.
I had just been released on the charge that I was with a girl, and she said I had one.
She's going to show you a copy of the warrant.
No problem.
You are? Oh, yeah. It is cold in here. My feet get really cold.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Santos, did the public defender show you the charges that are listed on the warrant?
Yes, correct.
And so are you now aware of the reason why you were arrested?
No, I'm still unaware. I mean, like I said, I was just released from jail last month.
Ms. Cooper, I mean, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, I was just released last month on related charges. They had dropped the charges.
Okay. So,
I had time served.
Mr. Santos, this is a warrant that was signed by Judge Caraballo. It alleges an incident on May the 12th, 2022.
Yes, correct. I had just really done time on that charge.
Well, I don't know where you did time on it because this warrant just got served.
Yeah, but I had did a month last month from May, June, and I was released June 20th.
All right, I have no idea about that.
Okay, but yeah, I'm aware of I have been arrested on my warrant now.
Your Honor, he was brought in on a battery.
A different battery?
No, on May 12th.
No, a battery alleging the same victim, and this is a different charge. You
Yeah,
have to
so
give
the
up.
Gotcha.
I wasn't aware why do I have a charge for rape? Because I don't have, I'm with nobody but myself.
Okay. That I don't know, Mr. Santos. My job is to inform you of the reason why you have been arrested. And apparently you know why you were arrested. The judge let me talk. The judge who signed your bond, or signed your warrant gave you a bond of $10,000 and no contact with the alleged victim.
I don't even know who's the victim.
All right, the public defender is going to share that info with you.
Yeah, no problem. That's what I'm explaining.
And Your Honor, can you provide me with the other case number that he was arrested on that's linked to this?
I could ask PTR. I don't have it.
Okay.
2022 MM 1089.
Thank you.
All right. Next court date on demand.
Judge, can you repeat those conditions?
It's just $10,000, no contact with victim. It's as per the bond, the warrant.
Okay.
Thank you. Michael Watson.
PD approved?
Your Honor, I'd be asking for waiving the reading of charges.
Similar to the one a couple people ago, I won't say the actual details. Good afternoon, sir. Please say your name. Mr. Watson, do you wish to have a public defender appointed to represent you? All right, PD will be appointed provisionally. Sir, you were arrested on a warrant. You have failure to register or provide info, failure to report driver address change, failure to report vacating a permanent residence, and failure to provide vehicle information on a manufactured home. The judge who issued the warrant found probable cause. PTR, any history?
Your Honor, aside from the charge which he was convicted of for the charges he's here for, he was charged with aggravated battery in 2012. That's it.
All right. Mr. Watson, you do qualify for PTR. I'm going to set bond in count 1 at 1,000. And then in all the other counts, they'll be set at 100. So it's 1,000, 100, 100, 100, all with pretrial release. Do not leave the jurisdiction of the court without permission and maintain weekly contact with pretrial release. Doesn't have to be in person, could be by phone, but as long as they're able to verify that it's you and you're somewhere local, that's fine. Next court date?
On demand.
On demand, thank you. Mm-hmm. Dustin Williams.
PD approved.
Your Honor, for
Yes, sir.
clarification, when you say do not leave jurisdiction, do you mean Osceola,
I mean the Ninth Circuit, basically.
Orange, and
Yeah,
Osceola?
Orange, Osceola counties. Good afternoon, please say your name. Mr. Williams, it looks like you were arrested on a warrant for violation of probation. The judge who issued your warrant set your bond at 0. Do you need a public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
PD will be appointed provisionally, and your next court date will be?
Next court date, July 28th, in courtroom 4F at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you. You're welcome. James Bronson.
PD approved.
Your Honor, Mr. Bronson refused.
Let me ask, is Mr. Bronson dealing with any conditions that we should be aware of? Is he problematic at the jail? Is he an issue? Is he in medical? Is he
He's not in medical.
high risk?
I'm not sure what happened.
Okay. I'd like for corrections to go get him, please. He doesn't have the option to otherwise refuse to attend, so I'm going to move him to the bottom. Frank Bybee.
PD approved.
Is Frank?
This one is refused. There is mental health issue going on, and he is in mental health pod.
Does he qualify for public defender? All right. Would the PD like for him to be reset, or would you like to waive?
Your Honor, I wouldn't feel comfortable waiving if we just reset it.
Okay. I can reset it to when he's available. He is in medical.
He's not in medical. He's just
Oh.
in
Mental health.
pod, yeah.
That,
So if we can reset it to tomorrow, that should be fine.
that's fine. David Loshaw.
And just to verify, judges are saying the bonds were correct.
Yes. I'm just resetting the IA at the request of the public defender.
PD approved.
Good afternoon, please say your name. Thank you. State, I was not able to see in here where they determined the age of the victim. Do you see that?
No, Judge, and I did speak with the officer today. He was not able to get me a supplement in time. We're just asking for PC on the lesser included battery.
Okay, Mr. Loshaw, originally the paperwork came in on battery on a person 65 or older. There is probable cause for battery, but they didn't establish for me how they knew the victim was 65 or older. So that's why I was asking the state attorney the question I just asked. There is probable cause for battery. PTR, any other history?
Yes, Your Honor. He has history dating back to 1988. Just battery, kidnapping, driving without a valid driver's license. Most recently, in 2017, he was charged with battery, aggravated battery, burglary, all were dropped. He was on conditional release. That was unknown. 2019, VOP, burglary, battery. He did serve jail time. He's currently out on bond in Osceola for petty theft, 2 prior convictions, 22 CF 52.
Yes, I see that. Thank you. Mr. Loshaw, your bond is going to be set at $1,000. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene. Your bond in 22 CF 52 is revoked. Do you need a public defender? Do you want me to leave them on your case? That you do qualify. I'll take that as a yes. Next court date.
On demand.
Thank you. Raven Smith.
PD approved.
Your Honor, it also states that this one refused.
All right. I'd like for corrections to go get Raven Smith, please. Brian Diaz Ortiz,
He approved.
Your Honor, Mr. Diaz Ortiz is in the hospital.
okay. This is is this an added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so is the PD representing him on the other charge?
That I do not know.
Okay. Would the PD seek to be provisionally appointed on this case?
We would.
All right, PD will be provisionally appointed. Would you like for him to be reset or waived?
We would like for him to be reset upon his return from the hospital.
Okay, so the public defenders are provisionally appointed. They're asking for a reset when he is available, released from the hospital. Which means it doesn't have to be tomorrow if he's still in the hospital. Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page.
And just to verify, for 22 CF 2040, which is the other case, PDs are appointed.
Yeah, you are on the other case, she said. Your office does represent him, so that makes sense. Austin Schutz,
PD approved.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
good afternoon. Please say your name.
Austin Schutz.
Thank you. Mr. Sheets, you were arrested for domestic violence battery, aggravated domestic assault with a deadly weapon, false imprisonment, and hindering communication with law enforcement. There is probable cause, PTR.
Your Honor, in August of 2021, he was charged with a battery that was dropped. The victim is unknown. It was out of Miami. In 2019, he was charged with resisting without violence out of Broward. That was no pros. That's all.
Okay. Sir, your bond in count one will be set at 1,000.
Have you heard, Judge?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Do you have an aggravated assault or an aggravated battery for?
Assault. They scratched through
Okay.
battery and they wrote assault
I just wanted to make sure.
to make it assault. Yeah. Yeah, I have it as an assault. And then they rewrote the new statute number.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So 1,000 count one, 1,000 count two, 1,000 count three, 1,000 count four with pretrial release, no contact, no return, no weapons or firearms, and no shared residence, maintain separate residence. Public defender provisionally appointed, next court date.
On demand.
On demand. Thank you. James Bronson. No worries. So we have Bronson on his way and Raven Smith.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Can I clarify something while we have a minute?
We could try.
Okay. I just want to go through the list of those
She
that
won.
were appointed.
I don't keep that, but the clerk's listening.
Okay. I have Almonte, Brutus.
Oh, wait. She doesn't have them, in the same order as you. Can she call off the names and you can scan your list?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So
Okay.
I have Juan Camacho Moreno, John Doe, aka Alan Lopez Marquez,
Hold on, give her a chance to make sure she could see it. All right, go ahead.
Andres Franco Pagan, or excuse me, not that one. He'll be hiring a private attorney. Luis Almonte Vidal, Jean Mora Garcia, Alejandro Torres Rosado, Brian Brutus, Richard Caceres,
Richard what?
Caceres.
Yes.
Rebecca Cooper,
Your cousin,
Joshua Franceschi,
Franceschi.
Francisco Santos, Michael Watson, Dustin Williams, Frank Beebe.
What was that one?
Frank
Bybee. I think he was one of the ones who was in the mental health.
Yeah.
David Loshaw, Brian Diaz Ortiz, who's in the hospital, and then Austin Schutz.
And then what was that?
Austin Schutz. You would appreciate this, Ms. Cooper. There's a book that Judge Caney had once talked very highly of, and it was all about the value of punctuation. And so the book was called Shoots, comma, Eats, and Leaves. So it was like about a little koala bear that eats, shoots, and leaves. The shoot being, shoots and leaves the tree. But depending on how you punctuate things, it sounds like you shoot, then you eat, and then you leave. So I just thought, when I heard of that gentleman's name, Mr. Schutz, that's what it reminded me of. Shoots, eats, and leaves. Shoots, eats, yeah, that's it.
We had one, Judge
Shoots and leaves.
Lisa Schroyer. I don't know if she bonded.
I didn't get her paperwork. Lisa Schroyer, did she bond?
She did, she bonded.
Okay.
I seen someone bond.
They're both present, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. James Bronson.
PD approved.
Good afternoon. Please say your name. Mr. Bronson, I'm Judge Savage. I'm handling the first appearances today. I don't allow people to waive first appearance. I want you to know why you're in custody and actually be able to get in front of a judge, so that's why you're here. You were arrested for two different things. There was a warrant for your arrest, grand theft, and then now there's a new charge of resisting, for which I find probable cause. And the PTR paperwork tells me you have an open grand theft case in 22 CF 1760
Correct, Your Honor.
that you're out on bond for. Let me ask PTR if there's anything else.
Your Honor, he has history dating back to 1999, multiple FTAs, aggravated battery, vehicle theft, VOPs, multiple. Most recently, 2017, he was charged with grand theft, that was dropped, burglary, which was dropped, dealing in stolen property, which was dropped, burglary again, which he did do DOC time, multiple VOPs in 2020, and a grand theft in 2021. Also, the case that he's currently out on bond for, the grand theft in 2022, 1760.
Thank you. As per the warrant, the grand theft is $2,000, no contact with the victim, no return. The resisting will be stayed at $500, and your bond in 22 CF 1760 will be revoked and set at $0. Do you need a public defender? I'm sorry, sir? PD will be appointed. Next court date?
Next court date for 2022 CF 2012 and 2022 MM 1636 on demand.
That means they'll let you know. Thank you. Raven Smith.
PD approved.
Good afternoon. Please say your name. Mr. Smith, similar to what I told the gentleman before you, you don't get to waive your first appearance. You're here for a charge and arrest of petty theft. There is probable cause. PTR?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2020, he had an FTA out of Orange County, a petty theft, which was closed. He also had a grand theft auto, which was dropped in 2021, and a petty theft, which he was found guilty of in 2018. He did score a high, however, the charge does qualify for direct PTR.
Understood. At this time, the bond will be stayed at $500, no return to the dollar store. Do you need a public defender, or the Family Dollar, I should say? Do you need a public defender? PD will be appointed provisionally. Next court date on demand. Thank you. All right, I think that's it, Ms. Cooper. Did we miss anybody? Okay. Sounds good. Thanks. Nice to see you. Bye-bye.
I'll bring it tomorrow.